Greetings, tankers. I'm your instructor, and this is Season 2 of Tank Coach. Here, you will learn all about vehicle types and their roles. Today, we'll talk about the most versatile warriors in the game. This episode is about medium tanks. They are typically vehicles with a reasonable balance of maneuverability, firepower, and protection. They're a good choice for a player who has already learned the heavy tank gameplay and now wants something more dynamic. All tanks are different, and all of them, starting from Tier 6, have roles. Medium tanks are no exception. The versatile medium tank is the most common role. These can do a bit of everything, but it doesn't mean they're mediocre. They can snipe and go on assault when required, so they act according to the situation. Assault medium tanks share some traits with heavy tanks. They excel at close range, while their armor gives some room for error and allows for more aggressive play. This is the best choice for new players and fans of using armor at the front line. Sniper medium tanks have higher firepower and often good maneuverability, but they pay for it with lower survivability. They're usually played at mid and long range. In the hands of a skilled player, they can be successful at close range. Support medium tanks are often equipped with an autoloader or auto-reloader. This kind of vehicle dishes out a lot of damage in a short time. At the start of battle, a support tank is best to stay behind sturdier allies and then look for opportunities to strike when there is more space to maneuver on the map. Let's say you've chosen the vehicle role. It's time to equip your tank for battle. Besides the classic Brothers in Arms and repair perks, take a look at Smooth Ride and Snapshot for more accurate fire, Concealment and Firefighting for increased survivability, Recon and Situational Awareness for better view range. There are many other useful perks that will help you become more effective. Train them and experiment. A turbocharger will make you faster. Put it into a special mobility slot. If you can use a gun rammer, just do it. A vertical stabilizer is desirable for most medium tanks. It's not fitted for low-tier machines, but the following two pieces of equipment can be used. Coated optics will boost your view range. They're useful to have in the second set of equipment that you can unlock with field modification. Improved ventilation is a timeless classic. It improves a bit of everything. It's preferable to use its bounty or improved version. Improved hardening will suit many assault medium tanks. So, you've equipped your tank and entered a battle. In a sniper medium tank, look for a position with bushes and lines of fire to the enemy. In a versatile medium, find suitable terrain for a hull-down position. In an assault medium tank, use a position for damage blocking on the front line. In a support medium, keep behind your allies and act according to the situation. But this applies to any role. If your team is left without light tanks, a medium tank can sometimes also play the role of a scout. But be careful. Tank safe positions, although not far from the front line. Use bushes, fell trees, and hide your hull using terrain and cover. Survive at the start of the battle to have space for maneuver close to the end. Try to attack reloading enemies and break their tracks by shooting their wheels. Remember that medium tanks often have a better rate of fire than heavy tanks and tank destroyers, so you can trade one enemy shot for two of your own. Be nimble and flexible. Be aware of your surroundings and the mini-map to keep control of the situation. Keep close to your allies and see you on the battlefield.
In early autumn, We'll welcome to the game the biggest World of Tanks update of the whole of 2026. Let's start with the most noticeable part. Bigger and juicier shots. More spectacular hits. And most importantly, each shell's interaction with armor become far more informative. All this allows the battlefield to speak the language of gameplay and lets you read the situation instantly. Sounds play an equally important role here. Shots will ring out like you've never heard them before. On open terrain, in dense urban areas, or deep inside tunnels. The new effects and sounds will help you navigate confidently in the heat of combat. This could seriously influence the course of battle. As could our significant update of a whole vehicle type. Light tanks will be redistributed across 3 combat roles: Scout, Support, and Versatile tanks. To support the changes, many vehicles' characteristics will receive targeted tweaks, and field modification will be fine-tuned. This will let light tanks play their roles to the fullest without compromising the philosophy of each individual vehicle. The matchmaker will account for these changes and consider the new roles as it aims to select the most symmetrical teams possible. It will also strictly limit the number of light tanks in a match to no more than 2 per team, starting from battles at Tier 7. Wheeled tanks, while they have been allocated the scout role, are still limited to 1 per team and matched against each other as before. The changes will mean higher quality battles, not only for light tanks, but also for other vehicle types. We'll also start testing a new system designed to reduce the number of times the same maps appear. This will bring more variety to every gaming session. Update 2.4 will bring 10 new vehicles, and chief among them is a German heavy tank line, topped by the Panzerkampfwagen Neu. These are dynamic, excellently armored versatile vehicles, whose main power is utilizing the terrain. They share the unique shell calibration system. It allows them to adapt more precisely to a selected target and quickly recalibrate shell parameters to destroy opponents more effectively. And that's only the beginning. The Neu is just one of 6 new Tier 11 vehicles. The Czechoslovakian VZ-63P heavy tank. Good dynamics, comfortable gun depression, a strong turret, and a 2-shell autoloader where the second shot is always more dangerous than the first. The mechanism is simple. If you penetrate, the second shell gets increased average damage. If you don't penetrate, or the shot ricochets, the second shell flies with higher pen. The Chinese WZ-219 light tank performs all the usual tasks for its type, but with one notable difference. Its mechanic lets it detect the presence of hidden opponents in a selected direction and significantly increase the chances of spotting them. However, this mechanic works both ways. When it spots an opponent in its scan sector, the WZ-219 also reveals itself. Detecting enemies and escaping fire unscathed is a real challenge. High stakes, big reward. The Japanese Shugo tank destroyer. A solid cabin, impressive alpha, and some of the highest penetration in the game. And on top, it fires missiles, unguided and highly explosive. The Italian CAV-71 medium tank. continues the auto-reloader line. At the push of a button, its shell reloading time instantly reduces to a short fixed duration. In any situation, when to accelerate the reload is up to you. The Swedish BV-111 medium tank has impressive gun depression thanks to hydropneumatic suspension. Plus, it boasts strong, bouncy armor and an alternative combat mode. It lets you load shells with increased alpha from an external ammo rack. The standard mode is for typical play. The alternate one is for when you don't need DPM, but high damage per shot. The Sector 3 story continues. Update 2.4 introduces an additional operation in the third personal missions campaign. You can start it straight away without having completed the previous ones, but don't expect to walk in the park. Even if you made it through the third personal missions campaign, the new missions will test your skills to their limits. It's a serious challenge and a tough trial for real aces. The main reward is the Fossa VM68, the first Tier 10 German-wheeled medium tank. Its surprising dynamics and sniper gun make it perfect for flanking and quickly switching positions. And for completing the operation with honors, you can claim a unique 3D style that will make you the center of attention from the first seconds of battle. And that's not a figure of speech. Now, at the start of each battle, 3 players in your team will be showcased. If you make the cut, it means you boast outstanding combat credentials, you're enjoying an excellent game session, or your vehicle has amazing customization. Or maybe all that at once. The new Onslaught season also stands out. 4 familiar maps will be plunged into darkness. The changes affect not only the look of the locations, but the gameplay conditions too. Spotting vehicles here is much harder. To detect enemies effectively, you can use the new point of interest to launch a signal flare. It illuminates the terrain perfectly. Track down enemies, win, and strive for the new annual reward, the Fireborn. If you haven't battled in over 60 days, just log in and grab a whole heap of goodies. Tier 8 and 9 rental premium tanks. 5 times XP missions, 2D styles, a whole month of World of Tanks premium account, and non-expirable personal reserves. Update 2.4 brings new Tier 11 vehicles and a new German line. Adjusted light tank rolls and a refreshed matchmaker. Plus big sounds and stunning effects. All part of the biggest World of Tanks update of 2026. And you'll feel it in every battle.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the AMD Clan Showdown. How are we feeling?
We're feeling good. The matches were good yesterday, and the goal is that they're just as good as yesterday.
Or maybe even better, right?
Well, maybe better. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we have exciting matches to come, obviously. If you're on Twitch, make sure that you refresh your stream so you can claim the drops as well. Rix versus FaZe is the first match we have on our hands. Both of them won the upper bracket semi-final matches yesterday. How do you feel about those teams?
Both of them performed very well yesterday. I would say they won pretty definitively. FaZe more so, but Rix also had a really good showing. So I'm looking forward to this match today. It should be a very good one.
Yeah, I guess you could argue that Rix kind of had the tougher nut to crack with Invil, and then FaZe going 4-0 over a Storm team that was eliminated on day one. For all the viewers, obviously today is Sunday, so you have the chance of claiming the mystery drops, 3D style, 2D style, day of premium, or even a tier 8 premium tank. So make sure to stay tuned until the very end. And obviously we have the grand final, a best of 9 match between hopefully the best two teams of today and the tournament. Do you think there's a chance that we have a rematch of the upper bracket final immediately in the grand final?
It's very possible, though we'll find out soon enough. There could always be an upset. Who knows, maybe Nomi goes all the way.
Yeah, I mean, Nomi would definitely like to upgrade their prize pool. All the teams have secured at least 150,000 gold and 50k bonds. But, you know, one win for the badge and then another win and you're already in the money in the grand final. So, yeah, I mean, this is definitely an exciting day that is coming up. Maybe we can take a look at the schedule and take a look at how it went yesterday. We mentioned Invil lost to Rix, I guess a bit of a surprise. FaZe won against Storm, most of us predicted that. And then the lower bracket, which broke Ian's heart and made you very happy with Nomi winning.
Yes, Nomi did a very good job being patient. I think that was their key. And if they are patient today, I think they have a chance against Invil.
Yeah, I mean, lots of aggression coming out from the team of Invil. Maybe also, like, after the disappointing upper bracket round, they really wanted to send a message and make a statement against Clueless. But today against Nomi, they will have to show up again. And then they just managed to get into the bracket match that features the loser of this one. So the worst opponent or the biggest evil still ahead of them.
That is for sure. Here we can see the lineups of the two teams that we start off with, Rix and FaZe. Captains Q Little and Paradise.
Yeah, I mean, two mostly Ukrainian teams. Obviously, both of them having shown that they are definitely a team to count on. Let's quickly go over the maps. We have Muravanka and Himmelsdorf excluded. I think we only saw one round of Himmelsdorf so far. Or maybe I'm wrong and that was on an A. It was a long night for me. Redshire and Live Oaks as the two first maps. How do we feel about those?
Both of those maps have played very interestingly, let's just say that. Teams have been picking very unique ways to play them. And I'm curious to see, well, if any teams bring Schwertwalls today.
Yeah, I mean, Highway, Fisherman's Bay, both being banned. Fisherman's Bay we saw quite a lot yesterday. Highway Not yet. Cliff is always a map that I'm looking forward to. Lots of action, and I like the new addition of the Durandal, so I think Cliff is one of those maps where we might see it. Proco banned before a potential tiebreaker on Sand River. Who do you predict for, and where do you think within those maps that team might have an advantage?
I predicted Face winning, and I think, well, if they have a quick start on Redshire, they have the chance to, hold that advantage. And, well, I predicted going to tiebreaker. So whoever has the choice of side, I think, will win the entire match.
Well, I guess it's a long way to get there. It's a long road to get into the 7th round. We'll start obviously on Redshire. Rix played this against Invil, and if I remember correctly, we kind of all agreed that this was more a matter of both teams doing a bad job, like pushing into the opponents, losing a lot of initial HP, than really like one strategy positively working out. But caster predictions, Ducky saying Rix, all of us in favor of Face.
Yes, well, we'll see very soon who's correct, either Ducky or the rest of us.
Yeah, but either way, I guess we are all in agreement that this is not a very one-sided affair. And I guess 6 matches is definitely something that is nice in an upper bracket final. A tiebreaker would obviously be kind of the cherry on top, but I'm generally happy if we see some proactive gameplay and maybe some innovation as well. I think there are some tanks that we could still see that were not played yet.
Do you think either team has saved something special for today?
Yeah, I think we already saw a bunch of like, I don't want to call it meta development because it's not that many rounds, but yeah, there's like E5 and Type 71 that we also saw, I think, on Sand River, played by Flash. Could, for instance, be one of those things. Rix coming in with 7 Dravik, 5 IS7, E5, STRV, and the EBR. No light tank for the defending side of Rix. So I guess we'll have to see if the Schwertfall technique can kind of like be more fruitful than before, because I didn't really like what happened in the previous rounds, where there was a push on the 2-3-4 line over the open field, and they kind of just lost HP without getting the kills.
Yes, well, the biggest problem that we saw with the Schwertfall was poking up onto a ridgeline and then trying to pull back with the boost active. If they don't do that today, they'll already be in a better position.
Yeah. And we can see there Dupadipa with a very aggressive spot. Oh, he shot and got spotted, immediately punished for that. I mean, the Schwertfall paying attention there is critical. You put the light tank now into a position where it can get one tapped by any of those higher caliber guns. Not really worth it, I think.
No, that was a risky poke and
very greedy.
Down to 600 hit points.
Yeah, I mean, there was some damaging fire as well onto Little, but yeah, I prefer losing some HP onto one of the heavy tanks in a bigger group versus you know, the 600 HP light tank being there under a lot of pressure now to not get blind fired and so on. Generally speaking, this light versus no light tank, how do you feel about that?
I'm not sure I would have played it that way, but we'll see how that works out. The EBR definitely been the meta for the light tank this year, for this tournament. But now that he's on low HP, there's only so much you can do, and can't really do the aggro runs that, a full HP EBR could do safely.
Yeah, I was watching yesterday one of the NA players on Muravanka playing a Manticore. I think it was Muscles, and he, aside from allied fire that he was receiving from Daki, there was like quite a good hold for him in the northern side of Muravanka. I guess like the small profile of the tank allows you to take a lot of defensive pushes, but we haven't seen the Manticore so far on the European server.
It definitely is, I would say, a disadvantage to have a non-EBR when Fog of War is not active, because teams see that you don't, well, teams see what you have, and then they'll start blind firing bushes, especially triangulating a position if tanks are getting spotted.
Yeah. I mean, we can see that there's, I think it's Crystal in the E5 that now took over this D7 elevated position there on the red line. Not sorry, on the ridge line, not on the red line. And yeah, Rix is kind of boxed in, and they're obviously defending, so there needs to be some kind of approach from the side of FaZe. Do you think there's like a weakness that could be exploited right now, as obviously we are having all the overview of which tanks are positioned where?
There's a possibility that a good, well-grouped push could pick the short walls in the 3-4 line, but honestly, I think there's still enough time to chip away at the hit points a little bit and relocate some tanks before doing anything drastic.
I mean, I was thinking that maybe there would be an option to use the spotting power of the EBR to kind of like hold back the tanks that are sitting on C4, and maybe you can like cut in behind Liberty and Copiat with a bunch of tanks and just try to like get some good damage into the Schwertwals. But I think it's
that is exactly what looks like is going to happen.
Yeah, but I think it's very difficult because like the D1 position can support it, right?
D1 position can support it, but the tanks aren't fully in the open. There is a slight hull down where Templeton and Thunders are.
I mean, as if I would have been their FC, they do exactly what I suggested. Let's see if it works out. Damage is being traded, but now that the E5s are in this elevated higher ground position, they can put in some fire. Either way, the STRV is in position as well, and the repush is coming. The double Schwertwall now on the 6th line approaching, and Loop already dropped to very low HP, now being picked up as well. The HPs are very even, one kill traded on either direction. Now the second Schwertwall dropped. Liberty should be the next one to fall, and they are pretty much successful in cleaning up this area of the map, but the castle area seems to be lost.
Yeah, the castle area will be going down very shortly. FaZe was successful in the middle. Unfortunately, they lost a lot of hit points for it, and they lost their 1-2 line. They need to do something with their group tanks on the 3-4 line, the I7s and the Dravik. Otherwise, well, they'll get surrounded very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they have a gun advantage. They're up 2 guns right now, and obviously the STRV is still dealing a lot of damage. Now we'll have to see if this small group of IS-7 and Draviks here can escape. 2 one-shots, obviously not great for them, immediately eliminated, but they get Mindbreaker in return. And now the EBR needs to really make sure that they get the spots for the STRV, because the STRV is spotted, has to retreat for a moment, and the Dravik of Abios here is not very well protected.
No, that's... I would say that's about the end of the game here. I mean, HP is close, but Rix is in better position. They're better grouped. They have the ability to push whichever direction they want. FaZe, meanwhile, is spread out. Wherever Rix pushes, they can't support their teammates.
Yeah, I mean, it's always this situation. If you're getting encircled by different directions, you do this breakout push, and the team that has a more scattered setup, they obviously need to make sure that they get their tanks into the game. But this seems to be pretty expensive here. The push from Twilight is being stopped as well. The EBR shielded by the IS-7. The IS-7 is able to take another shot if he pens Beast there. It would have maybe even be able to, like, he would have been able to survive, but 3 tanks left for Rix and 2.5 minutes roughly on the clock, so definitely enough to pick up the last remaining strugglers.
I was mistaken. FaZe did a very good job there and were able to get all their guns into the fight. As Rix pushed, they lost all their hit points driving out into the open.
Yeah, I guess the advantage for them was that the STRV could freely rotate with the map control they had. So, you know, the shorter lanes of rotation and being able to kind of like reduce the time that you need to relocate helped them out for sure. And I would say a well-deserved first round. We saw a proactive move by them. They kind of did what I suggested them to do. And it was, I would say, like, semi-successful. I would really like to see the damage of the STRV because I think there was a lot of defensive damage that the STRV was dealing onto the city push, like the re-push there. But as you said, like we were at like 7 versus 7k or 8 versus 8k with roughly the same amount of tanks. So this was a very close game and it could have gone either way.
It was definitely a toss-up at the end and FaZe played it better.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where the small things matter a lot, and losing HP at the beginning on like individual tanks that might not feel that important can turn against you, and there we go. I mean, the Dravek was the one that was holding the last position at the castle area. Obviously, he didn't have to take the initial shots, but then got the extra damage in towards the end. Flash there, great performer again, high damage gaming. Yeah, I mean, overall, not big surprises, I guess. Some tanks just need to be the first ones to push. How do you feel about the Schwertwall selection in this match?
I don't think it was the right choice again. I'm not convinced. Again, they're 3 at the bottom in damage. Yes, they have a lot of hit points. Yes, they have a good turret, but all this driving around, just not very good, I think. What about you?
Yeah, I think the 279 has kind of like been identified as the best tank for kind of like holding with elevated positions and armor. And the Dravek is obviously a very good universal tank. It doesn't have the like chunky alpha damage, but yeah, I'm not like super convinced of the whole Schwertwall situation so far.
Well, maybe that'll change the next battle, but we've been saying that the last day and a half, so.
Yeah, I mean, what are the, like, I think the alternatives are basically like the usual, like IS-7, Dravek. I mean, I think it was Invil who brought 260s, but 260s basically come with the advantage of extra mobility, which they didn't really need, right? They wanted to put the 3 tanks clump there into the middle position. They arrived there quickly. I mean, the alpha was nice for the EBR, but it didn't really matter if it was like 700 or 500 damage that was put into the EBR at the beginning. And yeah, I don't know, like not very convinced of that tank so far.
Meanwhile, looking at the community prediction, they agree with us that FaZe is favored, but by a very slight margin. It's really a toss-up, even according to the community.
No, I mean, showing respect to both teams and obviously hoping for an interesting and close match. Looking at the vehicle selection, we see our tank destroyer switch up here. No longer the STRV for Flash, but a Badger. On the defending side, obviously a bit more alpha, a bit more armor as well. Lots of Dravek, double Schwertwall as well. 2 E5s and both teams with the EBR. And the STRV being brought with a supportive lineup of a bunch of heavy tanks. I mean, very much like similar approach when it comes to the vehicles, but looking at where they go, a very different defensive strategy from FaZe.
FaZe is heavily focusing on the 8-9 line, which has its benefits. We'll see what occurs once they take it. They're not actually progressing that far.
Yeah, I mean, I understand Arca went for this kind of like second/third round of respotting to make sure he gets as much info as possible. But yeah, I mean, he lost a bit of HP for that. They have this triangle of Badger and double E5, which are basically 3 tanks that can be pushed onto, but they are very long distances that have to be covered by any tank that comes from, for instance, a 2-3 line, or maybe pushing from E3. But we'll have to see if the EBR can hold the line of sight there and make sure that they don't lose the vision advantage, because the defensive EBR is obviously not that easy to crack there.
No, it's very hard to spot that EBR there. The Badger is an interesting choice. Would you use a Badger there, or would you use an STRV?
I think the tank kind of makes sense, because you're kind of expecting a bunch of vehicles that don't struggle with the STRV that much. Yes, you lose the camo, but you don't really lose that much considering the amount of trees that are in this area. Like, even if you just look at the minimap on C4, there's a lot of those green dots, and those are basically huge trees with foliage that you can knock over. So I think the Badger has options for double bushing. Obviously the Badger has as well just the chance of playing hull down and falling back into the B5 like close to the cap position. And to be honest, I don't think you need to relocate, which the STRV can do better. So I don't mind the Badger.
Very good argument. I think the Sturv has its benefits, but you laid that out very well. The Badger can anchor that position. The E5s will be able to lay down very good covering fire if Rix decides to push on the 4 line. And it is definitely a triangle that Rix probably doesn't want to drive right into.
Yeah, talking about driving, take a look at what Little is doing. He's the IS-7 on F7. There we go.
Did get spotted, but there's not much that Face can do about Little right now.
Yeah, I mean, good supportive fire there. Dravek giving roughly 500, and it seems like they're trying to crack the nut with this under push through the river. Double IS-7 is being collected, and there are 4th and 5th IS-7 that could support Little. So with like 5 tanks, they could kind of cut the map there and potentially add some pressure onto the double Schwertwall in C9 and D9. But they don't know where the tanks are positioned from basically the 3rd line of defense. I would say with 3 plus the Badger and EBR combination tanks on the western side of the map, there's quite a lot of supportive fire possible. Just the issue is that from AH you can't really help against the lower positions of the IS-7s.
No, and the tanks for Rix up in the 9-0 line, the 2 Dravek, the Sturv, are going to put down heavy covering fire if the tanks in A8 decide to try to help. These IS-7s and 260s, they're going to try to drive to B9, B0 and get behind the heavy tanks of the Schwertwalls over there and the Draveks in the corner, which they didn't know about them until right now. And here we see the Draveks of Face driving in, receiving a lot of fire from Rix up top, but Rix is losing a lot of HP in these IS-7s right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very controlled push here by Face. They knew when they had to do it. They were able to kind of absorb the damage with a lot of different tanks at the same time. So, you know, like obviously you lose some tanks as well, but you eliminate like the pike of this attack, and immediately reclaiming some map control here as well with the aggressive forward movement by Mary. And good stuff. I mean, 6k HP lead now as well. The STRV taking a shot and being pushed back. So good reaction, very good setup, and I guess that's something that we were talking about earlier. It's like we haven't seen this before, and maybe because of that, it was a bit of a surprise.
I don't think Rix was expecting those Dravik and B0. You could see that the i7s hesitated a little bit. If they kept driving, maybe it would have turned out slightly differently, but FaZe just had so much of their team over there. You can see that Rix has more tanks out of the fight than FaZe did.
Yeah, and this E5 Badger combination hasn't really moved a lot. I would say it's possible to kind of like move forward a bit more with them, but I also understand that if a team is up 4 guns and a good amount of HP, there isn't really the need of immediately doing something, especially considering that they already won their attacking round. So they can kind of like lean back a bit and just, you know, like be aware of your advantage and make sure that you don't do any stupid mistakes, secure the second round, and have a good starting lead with a 2-0 on Redshire.
We can see FaZe not wanting to push down the 9-0. Typically a kill zone if you drive out into the open. They're relocating with all their Dravik. It looks like they're going to be relocating at least to their initial position, but we see the one in A6 driving all the way. Thunders is falling back and mostly going to take the position the E5 was in A3.
Yeah, and we can see Manera and the E5 kind of moved up at least a bit where the Badger was before, so the position of the EBR is freed up and the EBR has a bit more space to work with now that they have re-established the control over the 8-9-0 stuff. But yeah, I mean, another Dravik is being sent now through the middle. You can see F6, F7. There is some movement happening, and from what it seems like, there is a repush gathered as well by Rix. They're kind of like approaching Templeton here in his Dravik, who is not really trading very well. Maybe he was kind of like left behind in this spot, but they definitely bought a bunch of time. It's just 2 minutes left on the clock now.
Only 2 minutes left. FaZe is set up in very strong positions again to Dravik and B0, which are very hard to dig out, especially if there are no tanks driving down the riverbed. Here we can see the push from Rix. All the Dravik and i7 are grouped. They're pushing right into the firing line. That's a lot of hit points they've lost. 1,500 for Aphrodite, 900 for Clown. The rest of them, and well, there goes Clown. Clown goes down. Diablo takes a bunch of damage as well. And Mary's still alive.
Yeah, I mean, Mary was basically on 500 HP and the gun surrounding him just had like 450 or 440 alpha. So lucky for him. He's not even dying yet because there is a ridge line between him and Aphrodite. He puts in another shot, and at this point, I mean, you're 10k HP down, you're getting pushed by an angry Badger. The Badger doesn't even care about dying or giving up his position anymore. He just wants to, you know, put in the hurt. Bounces the 279, but not a second time. And with this kind of like push out now, I think FaZe might even be able to end this round before the time ticks to 0 seconds.
Now only one tank remaining. Twilight is 279. Badger assisting with the kill over there. Very decisive round from FaZe. And they're now up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff coming from FaZe. We have seen them kind of like dominate the round that they were attacking to a degree. It was long time fairly close, but you know, if you're the attacking team, often you have to sacrifice HPs to gain some positions at the beginning. Obviously, the defensive holds of the defender can kind of give you like this initial advantage. And I have to say, like, I already thought about it yesterday, like the Dravik of Abios, like very well done. He had a good position the first time. I guess he was able to find himself in a good position again. 5k damage for him. Let's take a look at the STRV of the attacking team. You can see Kano there with 2.8k. I mean, the shooting not the greatest, but in the end probably also a lot of like hull down, cupola shots, or you know, blind shots as well, with half the shots not even hitting targets.
I'd expect the blind shots trying to find the EBR of FaZe. I will say, the short bow actually performed quite well in the positions they had this time. I would say it's the exception so far, but they anchored. Mary survived a very long time and was able to pick up a few kills even on low HP.
No, definitely. That concludes the first map. I mean, we were talking about where do we feel like FaZe could get an advantage. I guess they immediately take a 2-0 on the map pick of Riggs, and now the next two maps are selected by them. Obviously, there was a ban phase at the beginning, which means like it's not the worst map for either of those teams, but we are switching after a 2-0 in favor of FaZe to their map pick, and Live Oaks is definitely a map where those aggressive pushes need to be very well coordinated. We've seen it yesterday go very wrong on the side of Storm.
It's never a good thing when you lose both matches on your own map pick, and now you have to go play on the map that you did not pick. So we'll see what Rix has cooked up for Live Oaks, and well, the goal is to at least go 1-1, bring the match a little bit back in their favor.
Yeah, but if you go 1-1 on this map, like you're still basically fighting 3 match points in a row. I mean, it's always a difficult task. I think the order of rounds in a 1-1 is also something that can bring you some extra momentum, because if you're like down 0-3 and then you get one round, it doesn't really feel, you know, like you got the hard work already done. So if you manage to close in on a 1-2, I think it gives you like additional motivation to maybe we can like equal it out, or like at least, you know, stay close to them. Either way, FaZe starting off very well, 2-0 in their favor, and we have to see if Riggs can crawl it back from here.
We're about to find out what Riggs has planned to try to claw back in this match. FaZe playing very well. The first one was close. I'd say the second one was quite decisive on their defense.
Yeah. I mean, again, a map where we can definitely see light tanks. It seems like we are loading into the game. There is an issue, I guess. Okay, well, there we go. And yeah, I mean, the push is happening on the B line. You can see everyone moving towards the city. Aka and the EBR took some damage immediately, but they have 2 EBRs on the side of Riggs, holding their defensive positions and spreading out in the city. FaZe, on the other hand, brought a bunch of IS-7s, 4 to be precise, and they immediately moved in this ditch positions there at the very beginning of kind of the outskirts of the city. But well, I mean, fairly equal split, some tanks being separated towards the south or the eastern positions, and neither of the teams moving forward aggressively towards like the fully inner part of the city.
At this point, both teams have set up kind of diagonally across the map, have taken important positions for map control, but have decided not to engage, well, with the brunt of their force.
Yeah. If you take a look at the 2 tanks, the Dravex of Copiat and Evil, those are obviously the ones that are kind of controlling this road that we can see right now. So if you want to cross that road, you have to take shots from the 2 tanks. First shot landed, Evil had fired before, but missed also his second shot. So the initial control that they had kind of no longer in their favor. Good shot here by the IS-7, Liberty putting in 1 as well, but now FaZe used their initial HP advantage, and we'll have to see if they can take over the city. In the meantime, there was a 260 pushed under the G4 building, and there's some support from the EBR, so we'll have to see if the 279 can stay close to the building.
The south fight is currently kind of taking pot shots for both sides. The main fight is over here in the city. We see FaZe more on the outside, the C3-4 area, trying to pick up the Dravik that were in the building. However, those have fallen back. Now they're putting in side shots into Rix in the A34 area.
Yeah, I mean, the observers
kind of
pointed
even
out
trades right
nicely for us. Like, there was an EBR lost in the water area, like on the side that we didn't really focus on. Like, rightfully so, obviously, lots of tanks being positioned there on the other side. But as there is a bit of a stalemate there between those tanks, we'll have to see if this offside fight here might be something that FaZe can decide in their favor. They only have one EBR, and the EBR just got spotted, so they need to be a bit extra careful. But ISET is very low, and I don't think he will be able to take cover effectively from the Dravik of Depressit. And I mean, the Dravik has very good position here. The EBR will outspot the 260, so maybe this is what kind of like prompted this repush here of Rix into the city against FaZe.
Yeah, Rix was losing the offside and most likely will lose both their 260s. This prompted their city push, and now they're retaking it. Mary goes down. The two I7 Godix and the Skittles looks like they'll also be surrounded momentarily. Good trade with the 260 right there, but those two tanks are not going to survive for too much longer.
Yeah, I mean, now it's interesting to see if the 260 of Rix can kind of like dominate the Dravik here. He has the HP advantage and would only need 2 shots, but pushing over with the 260 requires the gun depression, which he doesn't really have. Quickly accessing the vehicles left in the game, obviously 2 left, 2 tanks less for FaZe, while 3 were destroyed on the side of Rix. So a slight advantage here, a bit of an HP advantage as well, and I think the repush is already coming, and you mentioned it, the 260, a bit isolated there, Manera bouncing the first shot, but Paradise should have another one before Clownzik reloads. Manera actually shields Clownzik, but this went fairly well for them. Now up a second gun, advantage still in HPs, and Twilight was also dropped to a 1-shot, so good stuff here, good coordination, and yeah, I mean, FaZe keeping their guns in the game. A lot of like 2 shots, 1 shots, but doesn't really matter. Your gun deals the same amount of damage, independent of how many HPs you have left.
Yeah, FaZe definitely keeping their guns in the game and doing a very good job with tactical retreats and repushes to isolate tanks of Rix, and have slowly been taking the guns out of the game. We can see quite a large gun advantage in FaZe's favor at this point. HP is still only about 4,000 different, but Rix has already lost 7 tanks.
Yeah, and with these 2 tanks now kind of like coming back, the STRV also completely out of the fight for Rix. I think this kind of rings the bell and you know, tells FaZe it's your time to shine, it's your time to repush, pick up the last remaining strugglers, and yeah, decide this 3rd round in your favor and secure already a match point.
FaZe is playing in a very dominant fashion, and already on match point after this. I don't think Rix will have a chance to claw this battle back, and being on match point on, well, FaZe's map pick, it'll be a challenge for them to pull this match out at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they would be required to basically win 3 rounds in a row just to equalize 4 rounds to take it in their favor, and no more mistakes allowed at this point.
No more mistakes, and honestly, it wasn't really too big of any type of mistake so far, but FaZe has just capitalized on well, every tank advantage they could. They kept isolating and picking Rix's tanks, and well, that's how they have such an advantage at this point.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say, and to emphasize on what you said, it's like, it wasn't that Rix was doing something terribly wrong or playing bad, it was just very well done and very controlled by FaZe. And looking at what they're doing, even with those last kill pickups here going in favor of obviously the team that kinda is already out of this round, I'm very impressed by FaZe. They are doing a great job.
I haven't seen anything so far in any form of a mistake. They've been very clean, methodical, very well team-based. They keep rotating their low HP back. Their guns remain in the game. They focus on cleaning up the enemy tanks very effectively, and as we can see, it's been heavily in their advantage so far, going up 3-0.
Yeah, I think the EBR kind of like hopes to get one more shot in, or maybe survive while staying unspotted. Yeah, a bit of dance here with Skittle and Manera, but Aka is being picked up in the end, and that is the third round in favor of FaZe, who is now, yeah, I mean, 3-0 up. Very well done, and they will play 3 more rounds on their map picks.
Yep, on to, well, the next side of their map pick, and I think they have the advantage going in here to wrap it up on their own map.
And if I'm not mistaken, they have already won 2 attacking rounds, so they should be defending now. So the pressure is kind of like added even more towards Rix. I am pretty sure that those are the post-game stats of previous round, because that's the badger again for Flash, but we'll have to see if maybe production can help us out and update those for us. Either way, very good round for FaZe, as you mentioned, very controlled, very methodical, and I have to say, Rix maybe also like not proactive enough. Yes, they were defending, but they saw the different steps that were made by FaZe when they had Evil and the second Dravek, like kind of like punishing this initial cross. But then, like maybe like one of the mistakes that we can point out is like how this EBR died. It was on the offside. We didn't like fully get all the details, but if you have double EBR, you kind of need to make use of this combination together with the STRV and maybe get some advantage on the offside. We saw it yesterday, very well done by the team of, I think, Nomi on Morovanka. They went 2 against 1 EBR and then like got the extra map control, but FaZe again with the rotation of the Dravek helping out, and yeah, the 279 being first isolated, but then still in this strong position. Really managed to do a good job even in the south where it wasn't their main focus.
FaZe did a very good job holding the south with the few tanks that they had. A 279 was above the 260, and we all know 279 is practically impenetrable from below.
Yeah, Live Oaks is gonna be potentially the last map that we see in between those two teams today. If we go further, then Cliff is definitely a map where anything can happen. So you mentioned it, like a 1-1 would be very desirable now for Rix, otherwise they're out. And then clawing their way back into the tiebreaker, that would require 2 wins on Cliff.
2 wins on Cliff is definitely possible. It is very 50-50 on Cliff. Depends on which team is more grouped and more effective at focusing the guns out. What do you think Rix needs to do on this Live Oaks to even make it to Cliff?
Maybe it's a matter of like kind of like being able to surprise. Like there's always this very long-standing discussion of like, what do you do if you feel you're playing against like a superior opponent? You know, if you feel like the standards are not going in your favor, and like the execution of the basics is just like a bit better on the other side. Maybe you feel forced to do something more special, something like more explosive. Rix coming in with double STRV and a light. That's not really what I meant when I talked about aggression, but we'll have to see. Maybe they just like use them on one side and focus all their heavy tanks on the other side. We'll have to see. FaZe again, Dopadipa in the light and Flash in the STRV, so great stuff there. Combining in the previous rounds this kind of like mix of vision and defensive firepower. Kano and Aphrodite in the STRVs kind of like interesting to see 2 of those tanks being positioned there. And yeah, I mean, none of them dealing any damage is definitely a bad thing to start off with.
I think the Sturbs of Aphrodite and Ken were set up for a bull push down the 4-5 line, and at this point, well, FaZe did not do that, and now they have to figure out where to put the Sturbs. We see FaZe was going to go down the 0 line. They seem to have thought better of it, turning almost all their tanks around, and looks like they will be setting up for a retake of the city, or at least progressing further in the city with their tanks.
Yeah, now we have a very important moment. Obviously, the EBR in the middle has some cover, but with all the angles, especially like with the 0 control on the rails area, it needs to be careful that it doesn't overexpose. We haven't seen the equipment of the STRV, and to be honest, with the light tank being played, I'm not sure if he's gonna play any like vision setup. I kind of doubt that he will. But if the EBR goes too aggressive, there's definitely a chance for Dopadipa to spot him out. And yeah, I mean, having double STRV and no light tank anymore would kind of already call for a desperation situation.
Rix is already setting up their move, whether it's out of desperation or was already predetermined. They're massing up in the south on the 9-0 with all their I-7 and Dravik. Their STRVs have also rotated south. We see that FaZe has not committed more into the city. They're set up in B0 and C0 in those stronghold down positions. With Dopadipa spotting the middle, they're not worried about tanks taking the E9 and D7 area to shoot them in the side. So Rix, whether or not they know it, if they decide to push, will be in quite a, well, firing line.
Yeah, and obviously with 2 tanks now committed here, where the IS-7s are, there is a bit of an isolation happening, but looking at the tanks of the team in yellow, there are also 4 heavy tanks on that side for them, so it's not really that you can say like lots of tanks are missing. And looking at this push, the Draviks might actually be in time to protect Paradise. He even makes it down into the water, so if he gets like a bit more time to go hull on there, this will be extra expensive for Rix.
Paradise does seem to have gone hull down. Unfortunately, Twilight and Isad have gotten safe behind the house, so Paradise will go down soon. However, we see FaZe has all their tanks lined up. They see where Rix is, and they've even pulled out their IS-7. You see how where they were heavily committed to D2, D3. They've pulled those IS-7 out, and they're actually rotating to help on the 9-0 line. And here we see the push from FaZe as they look to retake the 9-0 line, with Rix having 4 heavy tanks out of the fight on the 2-3.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like it, because they're very set up there. Rix having the higher ground positions, having the STRV even available there, that's a lot of DPM, that's a lot of HPs that you have to shoot through. Obviously now, FaZe lost a lot of HPs in getting there in the approach. We'll have to see if they can pick up ISET there. Now, hopefully a bit less expensive. They are down roughly 4.5k HP. You mentioned 2 tanks out of the game, but the elevated upper ground positions are definitely something that Star Wars was already telling us about. It's like, if you have the higher ground, then you usually have a big advantage.
That's very typical in any sort of game or movie. Having the high ground is normally advantageous. That's no different here. Rix had the high ground, did a lot of damage to FaZe driving in. FaZe's, well, reinforcements have arrived. Unfortunately, there's a huge HP differential at this point. Rix is up 6,000 hit points. I do think FaZe was forced into an error here.
Yeah, but like, do you feel like they had to repush there? I felt like it was obviously not great to lose the E0 position, but you got some control back in the city. It wasn't that bad for them, maybe. Apparently they felt like they had to make that move, and it didn't work out. Obviously they have this freedom of doing a bit more risky maneuvers when you're in the situation that they're in, leading 3-0 in points already. But yeah, with the other tanks having closed in now, Beast will be able to pick up one of those Dravex. Flash being picked up as well, and the last lines of defense are crumbling.
To touch on what you had mentioned earlier, I don't think it was necessary for them to re-push the 0 line. They did lose a tank essentially for free, but they still had map control. They even had D2. They had quite extensive map control all of the way on their side, and Rix wasn't pushing up anywhere. They could have just held longer and maybe moved some of their tanks, but I don't think a push was necessary.
Yeah, I mean, Rix, you can see it right now, so many one-shots on their side. This was very expensive to come back there on the side of FaZe, so maybe if they would have just held the position, it would have been better for them. Either way, that gives us the chance of at least seeing one round of Cliff. 3-1 is the scoreline for now. Do you think they can come back to at least like a 3-3 and make it to the tiebreaker, independent of who wins it in the end?
If FaZe makes another push like they just did, I think Rix has a chance. However, the 3 matches that, or the 3 battles that FaZe have won so far have been quite methodical and well thought out. So if they reset to that, I don't think Rix has a chance of coming all the way back to tiebreaker.
Mm-hmm. I mean, definitely a bit of a different style of map that we are going to see now. And yeah, I mean, looks like some extra stats here being shown. But what I was leading to was mostly about Cliff versus the previous maps of first Redshire and Live Oaks. I think Redshire and Live Oaks are kind of like similar-ish when it comes to like the amount of like urban versus open area, like city fight combined with like rotations and so on. Cliff is much more straightforward. You have the brawl, you have the fight, and it's mostly about like focus fire and like individual shooting. I remember like one of the Ukrainian casters saying like Ensk is the map that shows like the best shooting skills, but I think Cliff is definitely one of those maps where, you know, rotation and focus fire, making quick decision is critical as well.
Cliff, I think, is the epitome of a map where it determines which team is better at focus fire. It's typically an all-out brawl, and whichever team is able to pick up guns faster is the one that normally ends up winning. There's a few things you can do to kind of avoid the necessity of that, but I would say that's the primary situation on Cliff. Do you think either team will be bringing Schwertwall like we saw yesterday?
I mean, I think maybe like 2 of them or something, where like, you know, the middle positions can be held with a bit of gun depression. We saw some tanks being played that are not very popular on other tanks, which are the BZ-75s. I mean, you know, the short distance traveling in a heavy tank can definitely be facilitated by that rocket boost. But as I mentioned earlier, I think this is a map where we have a good chance of seeing some Durandals or even AMX 50Bs, and I hope we will see some explosive action using those kind of tanks.
Would you bring a light tank on this battle, or would you bring a CS instead?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, we even had some people considering a Batchat, but I think the CS is just a very good all-rounder with the DPM and so on. And yeah, I mean, I mentioned it, the BZ-75 is definitely being played. 9 of them on the side of FaZe, triple 50B, triple CS, and what is it? 9 Schwertwall plus E5 triple BZ and double CS.
Quickly. They don't have the DPM, but they do have the ability to take guns out of the fight very quickly. With those Schwertwall, Rix does have a 2,000 hit point advantage. We see FaZe deciding to take Donut heavily while Rix is going for the base of the hill.
Yeah, and I mean, there is punishment, even like I think a fire, yeah, onto Paradise right now. So good stuff there coming in from Rix, but this push kind of goes into, you know, into nothing. They were expecting that they can maybe like overwhelm something there with their forces, but the 3 tanks on the hill, you can already see it, having very good positions to punish the heavy tanks in the bottom. And if they want to do a repush, this might be very expensive because the 50Bs are covered by the BZs. There's even a 50B still on the lower ground, which could support any kind of attempts of repushing around. And I think maybe like retaking the hill with the BZs could be a decent approach to continue this round.
Yeah, the BZs on hill will actually save Rix in this situation, I think, because those CSs on the hill for FaZe were really farming those threat well. The HP is evened out at this point. Those CS for Rix and G2 have been giving good covering fire, and now these CS are just trying to stay alive as long as possible, while the rest of the team is trying to do some damage into the swear balls in the middle.
Yeah, and I really like what they did here. I mean, I suggested it immediately to take the BZs, just have like heavier guns, a bit more alpha, a bit more HPs available, and kind of it's a known thing, right? That you can't really compete with a BZ as a CS there on the hill. Obviously, you can kind of like alpha trade with the BZ. You don't have to like play on DPM. And with this very important position being recovered here by Rix, and with Rix being on the defending side, I don't think there's much left for FaZe to do, because what are you going to do next? Like, you're going to do this super expensive repush into the middle, into like Haldau and Schwertwalds, which are just waiting for you. I mean, there is, in theory, this chance of, as I was just thinking about it, pushing into the base, but yeah, I mean, Aphrodite and the Hurricane of Level Yard, they will have a good time there farming the BZs.
Yeah, those CS up top will have a good time farming, but what we see from FaZe is doing a very good job using the rocks for cover. Thunders and Depressed are both well, safe from them. We have a 50B also going to help try to pick that Schwertwall. Meanwhile, Rix is pushing up on the 8-9 line, trying to take angles. The HP advantage is still in FaZe's favor. Kopiat is down to a one-shot.
Oh, and he didn't get the reload. That was very important. I mean, FaZe, great job, I have to say. I'm positively surprised on how well that went. They lost, obviously, the CSs in this side. Yeah, you can see Paradise not out of the game, but kind of out of play for now. This B7, E5 could establish some nice crossfires, but I think FaZe has recovered the match for now. But it's not over, and they still need to continue making moves, because, you know, the time is ticking against them. There is a lot of time left for them, but they are the ones that have to pull the trigger.
Yes, which they definitely have time working against them. What's very interesting, though, is they were able to pick up, well, Lavilliard in the CS up top, and Aphrodite is spotted. So that spot, which was very strong earlier, is now looking to be a weakness. Loop has parked himself beneath Evolok and his Schwertwall, and FaZe is slowly but surely taking some map control.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe is moving forward, but we saw that they were roughly 5k HP up. Now it's just like 3. And keep in mind, they have an extra gun that is kind of like useless there with the CS being out of game. That's just 600 HP, but still, the CS is one of your DPM tanks. You've already lost the other one. So, yeah, let's see if the 50Bs can make a difference. But if Evil decides to maybe like get some extra gun depression there and puts in a nice shot either on the 50B or the BZ in the bottom, that part of the map is cleaned up again. And Rix on the defending side are definitely not out of the game.
Definitely not out of the game. There's been a lot of trading going on. Aphrodite is down to 800 hit points. Thunders is trying to sneak a shot in. We also see that 50Bs and BZ on the 3 line trying to sneak a shot in from behind as well. We see Rix has a BZ set up in K5 trying to get the angle.
Great shot.
And Yeah, big shot into Aphrodite, now a one-shot.
No, I mean, the trades are continuing. Now we saw Evil putting in a good one into Godix, which kind of like recovers the HP differential again. Thunderhawk not able to connect another one. And the 50B is well trying its best now. Obviously 4 shots in the chamber, 3 of them missed already. A last shot available. Maybe he's just holding it in the hope that he can like convince Evil to not peek him there again. But yeah, the 50B is spotted, the 50B is reloading. Lots of shots being fired towards the Schwertwall there of Rix, and take a look at the HPs. FaZe was up 5k before.
FaZe has lost their HP advantage, and now time is really pressing, and they've noticed it as well, and they go for a push on the F line.
Oh, that was so expensive, and the CS was still not picked up. Crystal has the important job there of picking him up, but not really able to, and obviously that loses them a lot of DPM. FaZe now down 5k, 8k HP even, and this is where everything is falling apart. Like a house of cards, step by step, Rix took over this match. There was a very good approach there onto the 2-3 line, picking up one of the CSs, but in the end, I guess that's also the experience that shows there from a lot of those long-standing members of the Ukrainian community. They really know what to do in those situations to not lose their nerves. Maybe you can like surprise a team like Storm, which has just shuffled their players together, but Rix is a different caliber of team, and they didn't get I mean, shocked by this maneuver. I mean, if I can find it, they can as well. And yeah, I mean, good stuff. Recovering, second round in a row. Do you think we have a chance of seeing a third one won by them? Now that we saw two.
Momentum is now definitely in their favor, and depending on what the comms are like, FaZe is very experienced. They're probably very calm, but if they aren't, Rix has the momentum. Cliff is again a very 50-50 map, and that gives the opportunity for Rix to bring it to tiebreaker.
So, what is the evaluation now on the whole topic of the Schwertwall? I guess neither of us was a big fan of it so far, but in this round, like just like getting in the initial position and holding them there, especially against the BZs, felt pretty good, no?
Yeah, I think we're finally starting to see what the Schwertwall is actually capable of. I think they were being misused yesterday. They are definitely strong, getting into a position and holding. If they need to be doing any pushing or driving, it's not very good at that. There are other tanks that are much better for it, but just taking and holding a position and tanking damage, trading with their alpha, I think that's where they're very strong.
And I have to say, both teams with positively game-impacting moves. We saw this very initial commitment onto the hill, which worked out well for FaZe. They got a good amount of damage there into the heavy tanks of Rix, but then the reaction was that they re-pushed the hill with the BZs, so taking the initial hill position back. Then we saw the push on the lower side, which was administrated quite well, even picking up the CS. A bit of sloppiness or over-eagerness maybe at that point, where the 50B lost a lot of HP and Thunderhawk as well got eliminated, with Rix finding good angles there. Little, I think, in the BZ found a good shot into him, driving all the way back to the southern 5-line position. So second round of Cliff could give us the entrance towards the Sand River tiebreaker map, which you said will be the decider. I mean, yeah, the 45-55 is pretty much reflecting of what we have seen. A good amount of stuff initially from FaZe, but now Rix coming back and securing 2 in a row.
Rix has done a good job swinging the momentum in their favor. There's definitely the opportunity to win this Cliff. Remind me, I think they are on defense this time.
Yeah, so FaZe... no, wait, FaZe was just attacking, so FaZe should be defending, right? South is the defending side. So we saw Rix playing with a clock to their advantage. Now it will be on FaZe's side. They will be coming from the south. Obviously, the northern side has also some positions that are great. And yeah, community and caster predictions, I mean, everyone gave at least 2 points to either of the teams. So at this point in time, only Daki no longer able to get like the perfect prediction, but this match is not over.
It is definitely not over. Rix has turned the momentum around. They have the opportunity to take this to tiebreaker, and it looks like they're bringing the Schwertwell heavy lineup once again.
Yeah, I mean, 10 of them, if I count correctly, triple BZ, and then obviously the E5 and the Hurricane for extra DPM. I have to say, I like this triple CS. I think it's a nice thing to have this mobile force. The 50B is somewhat of a universal tank when it comes to being a supportive heavy. Obviously, you can't really trade on corners with it so well, but if there should be like a shootout at the middle or maybe like at the initial clash on the 2 line, it's definitely a tank that I like to see.
Looks like there's going to be a big clash on the 2 line. Both teams committing a lot of tanks, Face fully committing, while Rix is just setting up to do as much damage as possible. Mary takes 1,000 damage driving in.
Yeah, and not really any retaliating fire. I mean, you can see the tanks being punished so much there on the side of Face, immediately losing like 5k HP advantage, and yeah, it hasn't ended that because the repush is coming. Now the 50Bs will be able to empty their clips if there are any shots left, but Rix has a 10k HP advantage immediately after just 1 minute into the game.
Yeah, the HP is definitely swung in Rix's favor. Face has lost all of the driving in, and Rix has time to repush perfectly. Face right now has so many guns out of the fight as well. Rix is cleaning up the bulk of the HP in these BZs over here, and after that, it's really just the 50Bs on the 2 line. The CS has also taken some hits on the hill.
Yeah, and you can see step by step the BZs here are getting eliminated. Crystal should be the next one to fall. Then Abios in his 700 HP. Yeah, exactly. Takes one more shot, so maybe a bit of ramming damage, but with Beast having the reload advantage, he should be the next one to fall. I mean, this match was pretty much over before anything really happened. Great punishment from the side of Rix onto the push, and then a very decisive repush as well. I mentioned it in a positive way that they pushed up the triple CS, but they lost so much HP both on this push and on the push that gave them access to the ball that it wasn't really anything that Rix had to do aside from just continue shooting, right?
Continue shooting, and they just had the HP advantage from this beginning with the Schwertwell, and they were able to just drive in and bully. Again, I think we're seeing the unique use cases where the Schwertwell is actually useful. I think we finally see how to use it, and as opposed to how not to use it, which we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff with 10 of them even this time. I think I'm not super convinced that this was just a matter of picking the right tank. I think it was also everything going very well when it comes to like the split of tanks at the very beginning. They were there a bit after FaZe committed in, so FaZe was the first one to drive in, the first one to take the damage. There were multiple tanks set up already, and I think Rix had the chance of like stopping at the right point in time to minimize the damage taken, and then the 50Bs kind of like had to take those 50-50 shots, maybe not like getting in their full initial clips or hesitating even to empty them, and then when the repush was coming, the 50Bs were not able to just punish with a second clip. We are basically back to square zero, even though we are at the very end. It's a 3-3 scoreline right now, and yeah, I mean, good stuff when coming back from the side of FaZe. Sorry, Rix. So good start from FaZe, and then Rix 3 in a row now.
Yeah, both teams having 3 in a row. Rix doing it second, which means they have the momentum. And if I see correctly, I think they're actually going to get to decide for the tiebreaker what they want.
I mean, Cliff, obviously, the map that they won both rounds, a very fast-paced map. And as we just saw, FaZe was defending in, I think, like a 2.5 minute round. So, Sand River, I feel that with the switched sides, base 1 is still kind of like the superior side just based on positions, but obviously having the defending advantage, having the time on your side can be a big factor if you're able to kind of like draw the game out, force the other team into making commitment, making pushes, and then basically just secure the crossfires, have good hold on positions. Similar things to what we've seen other teams do, like Invil yesterday.
Which one do you think they're going to choose, attack or defense? I think it comes down to what strategy they have the most confidence in, because this is the one that decides the entire match.
Yeah, I mean, from what I can see, the team in yellow is on side 1, if I see it correctly, but actually no, the team on yellow is on side 2, so FaZe was white, if I remember correctly, meaning that FaZe is attacking from base 1.
Well, with FaZe attacking then, it means that Rix has decided to use time as an added benefit for themselves, not have to make a push to try to win it all.
Yeah, and it's definitely, you know, like when you earn the choice of the tiebreaker, you have kind of earned this small advantage. I don't think it's you know, like that there's like a super clear one-sided situation where you already have the game in the bag, but especially with this momentum that you mentioned, 3 rounds in a row in favor of Rix, FaZe is now with like all this confidence being built up of Rix in a very tricky position.
It's definitely tricky. What do you think? The way that both teams have played today, who's going to win?
I mean, I think I would like to see the lineups first to have like an understanding of what the teams are doing, and I see that they're about to ready up. I think Rix kind of clawed it back and they have the momentum on their side. FaZe is an experienced team, but there will be a lot of nerves now. So I would say Rix has the advantage, but it's not impossible for FaZe to win it.
Yeah, the nerves definitely can be a factor here. Both teams can definitely win it. Both teams have played very good battles so far in this match. We will find out momentarily which team has the deciding factor to pull this one out. The good news for the team that does lose this does still have the chance to progress on the lower bracket.
Yeah, and obviously we have already one lower bracket before that, so they would get a bit of a break as well, getting like time to calm down, time to maybe like rest your nerves, rest your voice if you were very emotional or maybe loud as well. Taking a look at the lineups, a lot of Dravex. I think it's 12 on the side of FaZe, combined with an IS-7, Hurricane and Flash in the STRV. There is a light tank for Rix, together with Kano in the STRV. Devil picking the Schwertwa. We have 6 IS-7s and 6 Dravex. HP-wise, small advantage for Rix, roughly 1k, even though they have a light. And as I had mentioned it, FaZe on the attacking side from the eastern base 1.
What I find interesting is that the Dravik don't all have the same hit points. I don't know if it's personal preference or if they're using the extra hit points in specific positions.
I think it's a matter of picking the bond HP, like improved hardening, over the experimental bonds. Keep in mind that in 15 versus 15, and I think that's also one thing that we saw happening quite frequently on day 1 and 2, the fire chance obviously is increased, so you know, being able to have like a bit of extra safety in terms of Amorex and fire is a great thing. Rix taking control over the north now, while kind of abandoning the complete middle and southern positions. I guess it's nice for FaZe that they were able to get this much space that early in the game, because it's also something that we see quite often, that the attacking team makes some good moves, but in the end is pressured to not have like the time to execute things properly. They lose obviously the whole northern area, but we'll have to see if that's enough. There's still like this shield situation, I think, happening with a Schwertwall IS-7 combination. 2 or even 3 Dravek in the base and then the STRV behind, so just over pushing the cap would be very expensive. I think this is the point where I say I like what the lineup of Rix has brought up here. They did a very good job getting into their defensive positions, and I'm struggling to see the line of attack for FaZe right now.
FaZe definitely has an uphill battle to pull this out. Rix has a very strong defense set up. They have hard to dig out tanks on the 1-2 line in their base, and they have the majority of their force. In the north, they are setting up their tanks in strong positions there as well. It's unlikely that FaZe will do anything in the north with their current tank spread. The light tank of Rix has been driving around the middle, kind of checking out, seeing where FaZe is, but not really seeing anything.
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment where time is being used. You have the option of basically using this middle game for some like information and position play. Do you think there is anything that the setup of Rix has is offering as a defensive gap, or you feel like they're set up in a very nice way where it's very difficult to get any major advantage?
I think the biggest gap could be a possible split push, 7 line and 0 line at the same time, driving in behind the tanks in B8 and simultaneously driving from up top. Rix is heavily committed in the south, in their base, I should say, in the C1 and D1 area. But that is not what FaZe seems to be doing. They seem to have committed even more tanks to the south instead, and we'll see how that works out as they keep progressing. They've moved their Sturv to G5. The EBR of Rix is trying to drive around, get some vision, but still not seeing much. The President has spotted their Dravik force in C1. We'll see what FaZe does with that information.
Yeah, I think it's important, obviously, to notice that even though there is no fog of war, you obviously still don't know where the tanks itself are positioned. And I'm pretty sure that those A7 trap IS-7s are mostly still unspotted. I mean, the Dravik was spotted now. I think the Schwertwall IS-7 combination is also still unspotted. And the vision shield that the EBR is providing is basically also preventing any two-way attack onto the B8 position, because if you want to get there, you have to get into the line of sight of the EBR, and getting this early information will obviously move this line of Draviks and STRVs that are positioned in the northwestern corner of the map, potentially a bit closer to help the IS-7s out.
And the Dravik have been poking around for FaZe in B0. I said in the I-7 and B8 has been spotted, so they know that there are 2 tanks in that vicinity now. However, the A7 I-7s are still unspotted. FaZe kind of feeling things out. However, they only have 4.5 minutes remaining. Time is definitely on Rix's side. We see FaZe grouping up in the south, bringing even more Dravik in position. Sturv in F5, set up to farm whatever it can. I think this is the decision that FaZe has made. I think they're going to push down the 1-2 line, and here it goes.
Yeah, I mean, the push is coming. There is a second, smaller push on the E line now. We'll have to see how successful that is. Diavol in the Schwertwall is now obviously spotted. Puts in a good shot into Baltic, and I didn't even see it. There were 2 IS-7s even hidden behind the Schwertball. Obviously, he put in a good first shot. Now he makes sure that he's in perfect position, even like elevating his gun so he can protect a bit the turrets of the IS-7s, which can shoot in between. Rix is down the first Schwertwal. They traded it 1-for-1 with the Dravek, but I think now the important push is coming.
Yeah, this repush in the north from Rix and the IS-7s and Dravek. Oh, with a big ram, a double ram as well. These Draveks are just sitting in the open and they are going down very quickly. Face already down 10,000 hit points.
Yeah, and great stuff here. The setup was nice, the rotation, the repush. I have to say, this is basically what we have seen from FaZe at the beginning, and Rix is kind of like playing the Uno reverse card here, making sure that they secure 4 rounds in a row now with 10k HP up, and it was a great start from the side of FaZe, but it was a great finish from the side of Rix.
Yeah, and the important finish is the one that matters, because that has Rix moving on in the upper bracket.
Yeah, that obviously secures for them even the top 2 already. They made it to the grand finals, and I think that's definitely something that is giving them a good boost. They will play later still, again, obviously a couple of matches ahead of that still, but they secured a good amount of prize pool, and they secured an advantage in the pick and ban as well, where they will be the one picking a map before anyone has the chance of banning it before.
That will definitely be an advantage if they feel they have a map that they're very good at and the opponent might not be so good. And there we have it. Rix has done a reverse sweep against FaZe. As you said, FaZe was very dominant to begin, and, well, the most important, Rix was very dominant to finish, and they win 4-3.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations. I would say very great match to cast, very great match to watch as well, and good stuff there from all the teams, coordination efforts and strategies. They obviously emptied a bunch of their pages now from their book of tactics, and ending up with 7 played rounds out of the 7 possible ones. FaZe is obviously now waiting 1 match in advance in match 7 already. Rix has 2 matches in advance and the upper bracket advantage in the grand final. We have 3 matches left. Nomi versus Invil, the next one. A bit of a Polish clash here. I know that you're siding with Nomi, but do you think those teams will have a good shot against FaZe?
If FaZe plays the way they started, I think FaZe will kind of sweep the floor.
I mean, you know, it's a best of 5, right? Only 3 rounds needed.
Yeah, so that will decide it very quickly. But if they play the way that they did at the end, I think either team, Invil or Nomi, if they make it past, has the opportunity to get into the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, with that being shown, all the things we highlighted already, Rix crawling it back into the grand final, into the tiebreaker, and convincingly so, 4 rounds in a row. That makes your prediction of a tiebreaker correct, but Ducky's prediction of who wins in the end. I hope we are ready for some highlights, because there is obviously a lot to show. 7 rounds being played. We'll be back in a short minute after the highlight break.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Here we go again. Lower bracket semifinals, I guess. This is how we should call that match. Invil versus Nomi. And Ian, are we excited? How are we doing here?
Yeah, actually, I'm quite excited to see how Nomi do against Invil. I feel like Nomi are probably the underdogs here, but they played well yesterday against Storm. So honestly, anything could happen with Invil kind of underperforming, I would say, especially in the first round. Obviously, against Clueless, it was quite a 3-0 sweep, but it wasn't that, other than the last game, it wasn't that confidence boosting anyway.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if a team comes out of this situation here victorious, they will be facing off against the team of FaZe, which has just lost like 4 rounds in a row. So maybe with a bit of momentum coming from the lower bracket victory, the team that decides this one, they could maybe even like use this momentum to get to the grand finals. It is a long way. It is 3 matches to win for them, and Rix is looking not too shabby. But we have also seen that both FaZe and Rix can fall. They lost a bunch of rounds to each other, so Nomi versus Invil is the first one on those 3 match road stops.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, lineups here. Obviously, the lineup of Invil is mostly well known. Nomi kind of made up with mostly Polish people, some from some Onslaught teams that we've known, but yeah, Invil are the kind of star players, you would say.
Yeah, I mean, I got I guess a bunch of like Sicario's players here on Nomi. Miko, Alex, Milo, obviously some players that we have seen in previous OLC and OLS iterations as well. But coming in as the favorite for Invil is definitely something they're used to. As I mentioned yesterday, playing from the lower bracket is usually not something that they have to do.
No, obviously, normally they're in the upper bracket, normally against either FaZe or Rix, but this time in the lower bracket, and community prediction, obviously 80%. I think probably justified, but maybe slightly a bit too high, maybe.
I guess there's also the factor that you mentioned, like, you know, the well-known brand of Invil, that established names that give them some extra, I mean, I guess like benefit of the doubt, you could call it. Yeah. Looking at the maps, Highway banned, Cliff banned, Redshire banned, and Himmelsdorf excluded as well.
Yeah, it's surprising that Himmel keeps on being banned, to be honest. I mean, I guess against Invil you don't really want to play on the Himmel, but yeah, quite surprising. We haven't seen a lot of Himmel, but Proco we've seen before last time against Clueless for Invil, so probably taking a different strat on the attack for Invil, but yeah, not too bad maps.
Yeah, Fisherman's Bay next, potentially Live Oaks in the tiebreaker. We said it yesterday. For Invil, it didn't get that far, but Fisherman's Bay and Prokhorovka, the 2 maps that we will have to look and put our focus on initially. You mentioned a very good round that we saw Invil play in their attack on Prokhorovka. It seems like a Brainbreaker so far with quite good damage numbers. I don't think the survival is correct because obviously the Invil lost their upper bracket match, but yeah, I mean, one to watch. Brainbreaker, we'll have to see if he can perform against Nomi.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know if it was just from the Clueless games this is from or overall, but yeah, I mean, definitely the star player.
I'm not sure, but yeah. Talking about Nomi, definitely, I would say in the underdog role, but they had some good showings yesterday. They started in the lower bracket, obviously, after 3rd place in the group stage, and they, I don't want to say dominate, but like they deservedly, I would say, won against Storm, and now against Invil, do you think they can take a round or two?
Yeah, I mean, I put 3-2 for Invil, but honestly, I feel like Nomi could take this away if they get a 2-0 on Proco. I think it's very doable to get a 1-1 on Fisherman's Bay, since North is so hard to kind of deal with most of the time, but I'm still going to put Invil for the favorites. I feel like it got to.
Yeah, I mean, caster predictions are in favor of Invil aside from the best. I guess, you know, if you're from North America, then the household Invil name here is not that significant for him. Invil had basically a 1-1 scoreline yesterday, losing one, winning one. Nomi so far undefeated in the playoffs, but let's see what they have prepared on Prokhorovka, because there's a lot of experience on the side of Invil, and yeah, Dravex seemed to be the name of the game for Nomi. H Dravek, triple IS-7, Hurricane, STRV, double EBR, and 2 EBRs and an STRV as well on the side of Invil.
Yeah, a lot of people, it looks like both teams wanting to play kind of quite aggro, no mouses, no badges here, unlike Clueless, but yeah, we'll have to see kind of this mid-brawl opening for both teams.
Yeah. Initial spots, not really providing that much information, so Yannick being forced to continue his run now gets a good amount of information, but take a look at what Miko is doing. He outspots Ios, puts in a good shot, but takes 1,000 in return. Ios now on the run as well, minus 800, now down to 613. I mean, Miko is a potential one-shot here. Pretty much 50-50 to die against the shell of an IS-7 or a Dravek. Ios could pick him up with HE as well. Ios still spotted, making his way downtown, but with Miko being spotted again, I'm not sure if this is going too well here for Nomi, because they lose their light. Good damage there onto the Dravex, but they have to make these positions work because the crossfire is there and the STRV at the back is farmed.
I think they might have to dump into the 6 line here, because they do have 2 tanks on the hill that will just slowly kill these Sokol and the other Dravik here, so they either need to run away or start dumping in, but there's an STRV on rail, so yeah, I mean, Invil at the meantime also pushing down the 1-2, probably going to dump into the bowl as well to retake this position, and Tomek trying to jump over the rails to get back over to their side, and here comes the dump. Yeah,
and I mean, the STRV, you can see there is no tracer coming from this very much like red line position of A1. Still no shots from the STRV, and I think they would just over push here, take the second IS-7 out of the game. Now, obviously, the push can continue, but Invil has 7k HP up. The STRV kind of like in a irrelevant position for now. There is an EBR behind enemy lines, which they have to kind of deal with at some point. You can see some of the IS-7s are turning their turrets, and the EBR of Invil dropped to 250. Ios there is still alive, but is spotted. Maybe puts in one more into Yannick before he gets eliminated, but Invil in a good position.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously 7k up now. I don't know what happened to the tanks on the hill, but I guess they can rotate it to the mid. But yeah, I mean, very strong positions here for Invil. They will hopefully get the kill on the EBR on the 1-2, and that kind of just opens up the rest of the game for them. And probably want to start getting some things out the bowl, though, and that's kind of the only problem for Invil. They have, is that 6 tanks stuck in the bowl?
No, I think right now Invil just needs to gap this time where the EBR retakes the 2 line and the STRV can set up. Just like there in his Dravek is so far peaking kind of like untouched, but the moment the STRV takes defensive positions, there should be good supportive fire. Invil still with roughly 6k lead, and I guess the IS-7s were kind of just out of render when we were talking about it because they're still on the hill.
Yeah, exactly, and this obviously means for Nomi they need to keep something to watch the hill, so they can't just dump over onto this the Hurricane, and I guess it's a Dravik, and it was an IS-7 out of the hill, so they do need to be careful of that fact, so they do need to keep these 2 Draviks on the 6 line aiming for the hill just in case they do dump over, and it looks like they're going for it. Ketsai going over onto Addy, and the ram coming in. It is, and Addy's going down to a one-shot. Should go down to Rexar or Ketsai. Marcel's going to go back up on the hill, though.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision. It kind of like forces the other tanks to kind of like drive back into you. Kono dropped to a one-shot as well, and just like did a good job kind of shielding Yannick there, but great avoidance there of the first shot Kono making sure that he trades himself for the light tank of Nomi, but in the grand scheme of things, I think this match is pretty much over already. There were a couple of struggling tanks left for Nomi at this point, but the control that Invil had established and the reaction onto this aggression onto the EF line when Nomi was overpeaking was just too well set up for Invil.
Yeah, I think Miko on the 1-2 getting caught in his EBR kind of just started the downfall. If he managed to live in a bush and outspot IOS, I think this game could have gone either way, but because he just lost the 1-2 control, and then these tanks on the 6 out of the 7 line of Tomic and 2 other Draviks kind of just got crossfired from the I7s on the hill. They led so heavily, and after that it was kind of hard to get back into the game for Nomi.
No, I mean, Ketsai not respecting the 1 versus 1 is obviously not the very honorable thing. But if you're in the lower bracket, then all the tricks and tactics are allowed. First round for Invil, their attacking round again successful on Prokhorovka. Usually we would say that the defense has an advantage, but we'll have to see if the teams are set up in a way that they can protect both flanks, because that's also something that we have learned like a long time ago already from the attack and defense system, where you have to not just protect the eastern part, where the watcher positions and this elevated high ground are, but also the 1-2 line, where a potential push could come. Do you want to say anything about the damage numbers? I feel like that is pretty straightforward. I mean, the STRV ending up on top, but not really significant, right?
I mean, I'm more worried about Nomi's STRV only doing 1.2 here. I feel like if he's in C1, does a lot more damage on the bowl, but I guess he was just very worried about them just pushing down the 1-2 and catching him, but he should have been, I think, a bit faster going back up to C1 to try and crossfire it, but yeah, I mean, nothing really else to say for both teams.
Yeah, very underwhelming STRV damage, I have to agree. And yeah, it was also a matter of like reacting to the position of your own light tank. They had 2 EBRs, and as we saw, Yannick was alive for quite a while, so maybe he should have taken a bit more rewarding but riskful position, because I mean, it's great that you survive for a while, but if you end up in an STRV doing 3 shots of damage, and I'm like not sure if those shots of damage came like at a relevant point in time, because we said at the beginning when the bowl over push from Invil was coming, the STRV was completely out of position.
Yeah, he was just sitting in A1 for far too long. I feel probably got no shots. I think he fired. I saw 1 tracer coming from him on like an overpeaking I7, but he missed. So probably all that damage came in the end game, and it was basically already over at that point.
Yeah. With that being said and done, obviously it's not over until it's over. This is just the first round, but it gives us an indication of Invil's preparation and Invil's willingness to like immediately win rounds on the attacking side. I have to say it wasn't really Invil being the aggressor this time, and maybe this is also something that Sebast was saying yesterday, is like Nomi looked better when they had their like more patient and more like step-by-step structured approach.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe Nomi do possibly better on the attack when they can like slowly take positions off of Invil, but I mean, Invil are not going to let you take off positions really off of them for free. Invil are not really a team to let you just, well, Invil are not really the team just to camp, possibly like Clueless with like Triple Badger and etc., like stuff like this. So it's going to be tough for Nomi to get into an attacking mindset, I think, against Invil.
Okay, we see the side of the map that wasn't really that relevant in the previous rounds, but in our match that we just talked about against Clueless, this was kind of their point of attack. The combination of double EBR plus STRV is being spotted again on both sides. Double 260 played by Nomi, a bunch of IS-7 and Draviks. There's one Schwertwal there for Invil, Ketsai playing that one. I guess it's a bit of an anchor tank, right? Like you can maybe expect it in one of those hull downs where it can be the first line of defense. Do you think the tank has its like positional advantage over things like the Dravik here?
I mean, it does have more health than the Dravik, so it's nice to kind of overpeak, but obviously you need to be careful about the boosters. But probably nice for giving big shots into the mid if anyone tries to overpeak onto the Dravex, but I mean, both teams again going for this kind of heavy mid. Obviously, Invil are more heavy than Nomi here, but Nomi trying to push out the 9-0. Pretty aggro here.
Piotr taking the initial position there on the ball, very important to get the additional vision advantage as well. Trades are going, I would say, in favor of Invil. Obviously, losing HP on a light tank hurts extra. Conrad now taking one into the side of his turret, retaliating onto Milo, and it seems like a group of IS-7s has been separated and is now approaching this A6 position, and that prompts kind of like a retreat there, especially for the STRV of Monster.
Yeah, I mean, Nomi do need to be careful that Invil don't just rotate out of the mid. They should be okay because they have this I7 of Marcel, I think, spotting them, but they do need to be careful of them just coming back to A6 and just dumping over, but I mean, it looks like that is actually happening, so these people on 1-2 for Nomi do need to pressure out and probably repressure the ball.
Yeah, and as long as the Schwertwall is positioned there at E6, I would even go as far as to say that the Dravex of the Invil B6 stronghold are fairly safe, because over pushing means that you have to fight against all those tanks being set up there. Ayos now being spotted. In the meantime, Miko was dropped to 100 HP, but that does not matter. He picks up Ayos, his counterpart in the EBR, and I mean, I guess a good re-pushing maneuver here from Nomi is being started, but this will be very expensive. Look at where Monster is standing. He will definitely get some shots in.
Yeah, much better positioning there. I mean, it looks like Invil kind of just expected this re-push on the ball and turned around. They were going towards A6, but they thought this was a possibility, so turned around and yeah, they just catch Nomi in this ball re-push and just put them down. I'm like, we'll go out next, and Conrad gonna live for this, and yeah, I mean, guns up for Invil, and yeah, it's looking quite good.
Yeah, very good coordinated effort here from Invil, protecting each other, you know, having positions that give cover to the next tank in line. And now the tanks that still have HP will be leading the charge. That's Piotr and Rexa after having picked up Marcel there. Daro is spotted, gets unspotted for a moment, but with all those map control taken on the side of Invil here, I think it's just a matter of time until they find the EBR, find the Dravek, and then close out this round with the STRV.
Yeah, I mean, health advantage for Invil, gun advantage for Invil. Typical Invil things, keeping all their guns alive mostly. Only lost 2 tanks, and yeah, I mean, very clean round for Invil, I would say. Very nice reactions from them, and yeah, just catching in Nomi out in this whole repush or the 1-2 repush.
Yeah, I mean, Nomi has 5k HP left and a dream, but this looks pretty one-sided so far. 5th kill for Brainbreaker in the meantime. He is maneuvering his Dravek there in this middle area. A lot of brawling happening with this tank. He could be picked up, but he has his buddies making sure they have his back. 466 would allow him to maybe even take a shot to 60 with only 440 alpha. Ayas now putting in the hurt. Franek picks up the last kill, and that's the last tank there standing on this side. EBR still running free, running wild, but I think not for much longer.
Yeah, I don't see him winning this game, I don't think, but he will get found out by Monster and probably obliterated very soon, but I guess everyone else is on the mid-ridge, but yeah, I mean, not really much to say. Invil kind of just showing why they're still one of the top teams left in this playoff.
Yeah, I mean, counting shots right now of Monster, he did 2 into Yannick, he did a 3rd one as well. I would like to see how much damage he did before, so considering that this was, let's say, 1k or 1.2k of extra damage, let's see how much impact the STRV had. I would say more than Manio, because he was able to put in some initial shots and maybe even protect the A6 position, but I guess both rounds were not really decided by an STRV player.
No, you don't really need the STRV in this kind of game. It's very much up on this bullfight, really. Every single battle on Brocco, and I mean, these people went to A6, but they just couldn't peek over. They had 3 tanks kind of aiming at them. STRV was probably also stopping them from overpeaking. They had the 2 guys close, so yeah, I mean, you kind of want these people on A6 to be peeking on the mid, but yeah, they just couldn't, and yeah, Invil just catch out these tanks.
I mean, good stuff there, and we mentioned it, the STRV is at 3.5k on one side. I mean, Monster still with 4.3, if we reduce it a bit, let's say 3k damage while it was still relevant. I mean, There is one standout performer, and that's the Schwertwall, I guess, the German Orca there, played by Katsai, making sure he tops the damage charts. Overall, anything that stood out for you in terms of like maneuvers or tactics? I mean, this IS-7 push was very aggressive, right?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's a good opener, but yeah, Invil just kind of, yeah, I mean, just stopped any kind of play from Nomi. I mean, they had so much more in mid to stop any kind of peeking. Well, the people on mid couldn't peek anything going back to A6. So they just kind of shot everything down for Nomi, and yeah, this ball position kind of stopping them peeking on from mid, and yeah, Nomi tries to repush it, and yeah, it's just not a great option for Nomi, and it's just quite a nice victory for Invil.
Yeah, this was Invil's map pick. As you can see, Nomi selecting Fisherman's Bay next. Fisherman's Bay is not that different from Prokhorovka when it comes to the overall vehicle selection. I think the EBR will definitely play less of a role. We have seen teams playing with one light tank. I don't think we see more than that, maybe even not at all. Do you think on Fisherman's Bay there is, I saw it yesterday on an A, that's why I'm asking, if there is a chance for like things like Jagdpanzer E100 or 268 for basically this punishment of the heavily armored like 279s and stuff like this in the middle city area?
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely pick them too. I know, was it Rix yesterday that picked like 3 Ho-Rees, and that seemed very effective at like just stopping any over mid peaks with the 279 just kind of just getting auto-penned by the 360 millimeters of AP pen. But I feel like Jäger is just a little too unflexible for me, but I mean, it's still very usable. The Jagdpanzer named after it, so can't be done.
Yeah, I guess it also takes, you know, like a man of taste to pick such a special vehicle. I think it was Muscles yesterday in the NA match that picked the Jagdpanzer E100. I believe that this round is not just, you know, like obviously a deciding round for Nomi. If they don't win it, they are out. But even though Invil could like take a loss and maybe win the second round, it would really give Invil the momentum that they need to face off against a team that has just been coming from an upper bracket match. They would be like on 6 victories in a row, like 2 matches, 1-3-0. The Hori you mentioned, Monster is selecting that one, a bunch of 279s with 1 EBR on each side. Manio in the STRV again, and he brought a buddy in his Hori as well.
Yeah, double TD for Nomi. It'll be quite interesting to see what they want to do with this. It's probably like a 1-2, but Nomi are defending first, so yeah, I mean, bad side for them is not great as for them, but it does look like a 1-2 pressure and it for Nomi.
Yeah, I mean, they have a Type 5 as well. It's like a common anchor tank, maybe more common in Onslaught than in 15 versus 15, because obviously the hull-on capacities are not that big. Kono there, I mean, I guess happy with the amount of damage taken. Let's see if he gets around the corner. 650 HP left, and he just made it. That was close. I mean, we saw a non-connection into the wheels, into like a non-penetration of like 260 damage with an HE. Kono could definitely have been dead by this escape attempt here.
Yeah, he was very lucky to escape, but Invil want to go for this push. Oof, Conrad taking 2.2 in the beginning. He will go down for 2 more shots, and I don't know if this push is going to work out for Invil here. There's a lot of guns here from Nomi.
Yeah, I mean, Invil is very committed, and this is just a matter of focus fire now. We'll have to see. Never being dropped first. Conrad's still alive, but he is ammo-wrecked, so maybe not 100% worth shielding. He puts in maybe 1 more good shot, but the HPs are still pretty even, and we'll have to see how this middle brawl happens as well, because there are obviously 2 tanks in the back, the Hori and the STRV, which can only deal damage but not share HP themselves. So Invil has a lot of HP now in the fight. They need to kind of move the whole situation a bit closer to the 2 line so they can escape from the shots of the tank destroyers in the back. You can see this rubble being used there. Very well done by the tanks of Invil there. Itox, Rexa making sure that they stay alive. The defensive hold here of the 279s is being attacked now, like Tomek and Marcel in the Type 5 attacking Profuse and Ios. The focus fire is obviously something that will be very important because they have limited time to clean this up. But the game is kinda already in Invil's hands, no?
Yeah, I mean, AK up for Invil. I mean, losing one gun on this 1-2 push is incredible. It's just typical Invil things, losing only one gun for pushing into this, and they kill all of the I7s for Nomi. And yeah, I mean, mid control is going to be taken by Nomi, but the 1-2 is going to be pressured up from Invil, and after that, you're going to have no health.
No, I mean, Manio obviously on fire doesn't help the situation. There is additional focus here now on this cleanup operation from the middle, but the middle also needs to defend because there are a bunch of like heavy tanks approaching from the 5-6 line. It seems like Franek with the second fire now making a statement. You mentioned it, only Conrad, who is the first IS-7 to drive in, being lost in this push is definitely kind of like what Invil is known for, right? Like this well-coordinated attempt of like shifting lines of fire, making sure that not the same people take the same damage over and over again. Nomi not able to eliminate any guns there, and now Invil in this cleanup operation will be able to kind of like take some negative HP trades as they have such a gun advantage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just Invil doing Invil things here, and yeah, I mean, I guess they just spotted Nomi having 2 TDs, guessed that their Type 5 was on the city with the 279s in mid, and thought they had this overmatch to thump in, and yeah, Nomi doing very well. Conrad obviously stopping when he was a one-shot, just on, what was this, F1 position, making Nomi have to re-push into him to kill him, and I mean, just so costly for Nomi.
No, I mean, 15-3, it's a very clear language that Invil is speaking there. Obviously, the Polish brothers of Nomi will understand that and make space for Invil on their march towards now the lower bracket final. 3-0, 2 of them in a row for Invil, but I guess the more heavier rate bosses with FaZe and Rix are still ahead of them.
Yeah, exactly. Still got to lock in for the next 2 games, but I mean, a very good showing from Invil. I think every game was 15-3, I think, from Invil. So yeah, I mean, very good showing. Both TDs from either team doing not great. I mean, Monster doing quite nicely. Sturv only doing 2.6, probably doing like 2 shots at the end, and the Hori only doing 2 shots as well. So yeah, I mean, not a great showing for Nomi, but I think they can still be happy with their performance overall in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's the small things, right, that that they did very well. It's not just they were able to kind of like protect each other, but they also understand how this small, let's call it road or like approach there on the western side is shaped. So there are a bunch of rocks that can be used to take cover, and as the IS-7 tanks and Dravex of Nomi were so far up, I believe that Manio and the Hori of Alex were just not able to give appropriate cover fire and like retaliate onto the push of Invil. And the decisiveness is also something that we have to praise, because you mentioned it, it was quite expensive to get in there initially, but then when the train got rolling, there was no stopping it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can see Sokol and Neva both at the bottom for Nomi doing 1 shot each, obviously bouncing one by the looks of it. Maybe they just missed one on the EBR, maybe that's the shots there, but I mean, 3 people doing only basically 1 shot of damage is not what you want to see, really.
No. I mean, concluding this match, obviously, we have, a lot of damage and blocking done by Orzech, but I would say Nomi just not really finding their way into the game. Prokhorovka was, I would say, one very clear round, and I mean, damage dealers now, Ketsei and Brainbreaker, they're on top. I mean, they just played a bunch of extra rounds, I guess, but it's still a long way for them.
Yeah, it is. I mean, obviously, FaZe next. It's going to be quite difficult, and you know, if they get to the final against Rix, you know, Rix have won against them before, so yeah, I mean, all to play for really in the final, whoever gets there.
Yeah. With that all being said and done, I guess we will have some replays lined up for you guys. As it's best of 5, we will not see another round of Fisherman's Bay. So whenever the tech team is ready, we'll switch to some replays. But who's your favorite for the next match? What's your prediction, Ian?
I'm going to say FaZe. I think they've performed so well. Obviously, this last game didn't go so well. They got to match point and then just couldn't get it over the line. But, you know, hopefully, if it's a good start, it's best of 5 as well. Just need 3 rounds to win. If they open up, like Z-Best said, same way they did last game, this should be pretty smooth sailing. But obviously, Invil are Invil. You can never underestimate them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just to keep it interesting, I will put my horse of Invil then in the race, and we'll see how that ends up. I guess that's it for me for casting for today. You have obviously still the grand final left later, but let's see how Ducky and Sebest are doing in the lower bracket final after a short break.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the AMD Clan Showdown. Me and Zebes are ready to take FaZe and Invil into this lower bracket finals to see who gets to play the grand finals. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's again best of 5, so you have to be really, really careful about how you approach it, of course, because it's very quick and you cannot have a Rix situation, right? If you're Invil, where you go down 3-0. So, you know, this is a thing that they gotta watch out for from Invil's side. FaZe has shown that they can take Rix almost all the way, but not quite far enough. In return, though, Invil having absolutely no issues storming through this lower bracket, to be honest. 3-0 against Clueless, 3-0 against Invil, 3-0 against Nomi from Invil's side. And that gives us now the result here. We have the lower bracket finals. The winner of this is going to be at least securing Silver Fist and monetary rewards, while the other team will have to wait and see who plays in the finals. Now, who do you think between these two, Zebes, has the higher odds of winning?
I think both of them have similar odds. I'm going to go with FaZe. They had a very good, strong showing at the beginning versus Rix. Unfortunately, at the end, they let it slip through their fingers.
It's quite tough for FaZe, yeah, indeed, to let this kind of battle slip between your fingers. Because it's like you said, it's going down from 3-0, losing in a tiebreaker like that, you cannot really let it happen, but you know.
No, but hopefully they turn it around. I mean, they have to. It's a very short match, as you said. It's best of 5. They have to come out swinging, and if they don't, well, they will not be moving on to the grand final.
It's also about getting the confidence for either team for the grand finals, right? This is the lower bracket finals, and both teams have a, let's say, lackluster performance here, and you're not really sure who deserves to win because neither is playing really great. That will translate into their confidence going into that battle against Rix, who's just ready and waiting. Maps, picks, and bans. Himmels, Redshire, Cliff, and Highway all banned out. Gives us Fisherman's Bay as the very first map, and then Prokhorovka as the second one. And I feel like we've seen Invil and Prokhorovka quite a few times now.
Yeah, so they seem to like the map, and not just do they like it, they're quite good at it too. So hopefully for FaZe, they need to at least go 1-1 on Fisherman's Bay, or even 2-0 to make sure that, well, Invil doesn't win on Proc.
Starting off on Fisherman's Bay, but it's, yeah, going back on this proc pick, it's not just that Invil likes to pick it, it's also that the other teams don't seem to mind playing it against Invil, right? Because FaZe had 2 opportunities to ban Prokhorovka, right? But they opted for Himmelsdorf and Cliff as maps they really don't want to play against Invil.
I can tell they understand why FaZe would want to ban Cliff, considering how bad a showing they had against Rix.
Oh yeah, that's, you know, after those games, I think they're all good on Cliff for a while, to be honest. Fisherman's Bay is an interesting one. We saw 1 round from Invil against Nomi on it, but could not really take away too much from it, right? I mean, they drove towards 1-2 line, Nomi committed in 1-2 line, Invil drove back in and just killed them.
Yes, that was very decisive from Invil. Nomi did not have the guns there to assist. It was very clean. We'll see what FaZe has in store for Invil on Fisherman's Bay.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. There's a few styles that are possible on this Fisherman's Bay. There's aggressive style. There's more laid back. There's no EDR. also, which some teams like to play, some teams don't like to play. It depends a little bit. Which style of Fisherman's Bay would you like to see here? No lights, lights, 10 to 7-9s, anything's open.
I think one light is completely fine for the attacking team. For defense, I don't think it's necessary. What I'm interested to see is how they play the A1 corner. Do you think it's going to be left alone, or is there going to be a huge stack of tanks sitting there?
In A1, if they're not playing aggressive, there'll be quite a big group there. The bigger question is, does anybody decide to bring back like the 5 Horis? You know, at some point there was 5 or 6 Horis even on this map. And, you know, with that massive pen, it's quite a nasty tank. Predictions, though. 3-0 for FaZe, a bit extreme, no?
I don't know. If they start out the way they did against Ricks, I mean, they were up 3-0. So they go 3-0, that's the end of this match.
Yeah. Or they play like the second half of their match against Ricks and they lose 3-0.
Also very possible, considering that is the more recent play that we've seen from them.
Phil goes with 3-2 for Invil, Ian with 3-2 for FaZe, and I went with 3-2 for Invil as well. Yeah, I feel like I'm not too sure who's going to win it out, and I feel like at the same time, Invil hasn't really had a challenger, right? Since their first match they played in this tournament, which was the upper bracket semis against Ricks. I mean, this lower bracket for them has looked easy, you know, like they haven't really struggled at all, so can't really tell how good they are overall, you know? We've seen one match.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with Invil. Like you said, the lower bracket was a breeze for them. No real challengers. They did come into this entire tournament seeming to be the favorites, and I mean, right at the beginning, that turned out not to be the case. They could still go and win the whole thing, but they still have to beat FaZe to get to the grand final. And FaZe has been playing quite well outside of the reverse sweep that just happened to them.
Yeah, that's also a question of how does FaZe deal with the way that they lost, right? Because it's a very tough loss for FaZe. You know, you're up 3-0 and then you end up losing. It does something mentally as well. They have to really step over that, you know?
Yes, definitely. And well, they seem to be going quite aggressive. They have 3 Dravik, 3 279, 1 CS, and the rest IS-7.
Invil kind of similar, but still opting for the light. 1 EBR, 1 Hori, 4 279s for the rest IS-7s. And you can see the split here from the side of FaZe at least. 1 tanks City, 3 tanks 1-2 line, and the rest middle. Well, Invil in return 0 tanks City. EBR spotting out the middle. Quite a few tanks towards 1-2 line, and really good info gathered there by Kono in the beginning. Spots half of the FaZe team, I think, with this initial run. So gets quite a bit of info out of that. Dopadipa also has, of course, spotting equipment, because 2000 HP on the CS is the HP without hardening. And if you can take hardening, you will take hardening, right?
And most of the time that is the way to go, but if it's a spotting loadout, that makes sense. Trying to have 2 ways to have vision. We see with Invil pushing up into the mid, FaZe being very aggressive with Excellence and Templeton in the I-7s. However, they're losing a lot of hit points here. 1,500, 1,000, 1,700.
Excellence in Templeton now in trouble in that double IS-7. The damage back from FaZe not quite that significant just yet. Templeton goes down. Excellence will follow. Piotr tracked on the opening, but Invil smells an advantage here. They're pushing across the open actually and getting into those positions where you would say more damage needed to be taken from the side of Invil. But FaZe is not able to do it, and they're not able to get the kills either. They're 4 tanks down. Invil just taking it straight towards them and making it stick as well. 4 tanks down from FaZe. There's no TD cover either from the back. No SCRV, no Hori, nothing of the sort to cover these FaZe tanks getting pushed in, and they're just unable to consolidate. Finally, the first kill comes out from FaZe, but they're losing their 5th already at this point in time, and Invil has the tanks, has the HP, has the positions as well, and coming to this first battle of this lower bracket finals swinging, absolutely just rolling over FaZe, a setup team in the middle of the map.
Yeah, Invil here just rolled right over FaZe. FaZe thought they had good positions, but they had 3 tanks out of the fight with the IS-7s on the 1 line, Dravik in the city. They were outgunned, and they had 2 I7s fall very quickly for very little in return. Invil was able to pick both of them and then keep pushing forward. FaZe got some good bleed, but at that point they were down so many guns, and as we've seen from Invil throughout this tournament, they've been very good at sharing hit points.
Yeah, I mean, Invil just rolls over the middle, kind of easy for them, the way that it looked, and it shouldn't have been that easy. Sure, there's a Dravitz in the city, there's 3 tanks on 129 for FaZe as well, which are I7s, not really good sniping guns, but Invil also had some tanks in 129 still, right? I don't think they were outgunning them in the middle at all in terms of guns initially, but they really just got swept. And for FaZe, that's kind of a sucker punch immediately in this battle. You go middle, you set up, and they roll over you.
It's definitely demoralizing when you get rolled over, that quickly, that definitively, and having come off a reverse sweep that they just lost, they have to pick it up very quickly, otherwise this could snowball and they could end up getting 0-3.
We'll say again on Fisherman's Bay, I still think that the south, the attack is favored in terms of positions altogether. So they lost on what you could say is the worst part of the map. If they end up winning the next round, 1-1, going forward into Prokhorovka, sure. But you also indeed have to remember that this is the map FaZe really, really wanted to play, right? In a best of 5, there's one map you really want to play, and they decided on Fisherman's Bay. So maybe you would expect a little more than what they've shown.
Well, with their strategy, I'm not even sure what they were trying to do. You said there's really 2 ways, aggressive and to be very defensive. And I'm not sure what they were trying there because they did neither.
Yeah, they were trying to establish middle, but they got the positions across and then just got rolled over. I mean, Mary seems to be shooting HE, I guess, or just ramming. Okay, it's 93 damage. In return, I mean, Ios, pretty good shooting, 11-10. So, all around, the Hori also putting in a good number, 4.5k still, from the bank lines. I wasn't really involved in the fight. Good stuff from Invil, good start. If they keep this up, they're going to be looking at the grand finals very quickly.
That is definitely the case. We can see that the shooting wasn't very good for FaZe in the brawl. Invil was very good at making the shots count, and well, eliminating guns means there's less shooting at you, which means that you have the ability to finish off the opponent just that much faster.
So, now switching around. I mean, even the EBR got good damage on this though. 2.5k from Kono. Pretty good number. I mean, it's, you know, of course he has a gun as well, but it's not an easy fight for the EBR to be involved in. When everything's in the middle, you can just explode in half a second.
I mean, skirting around on the outside, the I7s were focused more on shooting into mid, so the EBR was just able to also shoot at FaZe while they're in the open trying to farm the incoming push from Invil.
Second battle of Fisherman's Bay. So Invil will be defending, FaZe on the attack, but I somehow don't really think that Invil will be playing too passive and slow, to be honest. Doesn't seem to be their style.
It definitely is not their style. The entire tournament we've seen Invil being aggressive on attack, on defense, every match. They like to group, they like to push, they like to share their hit points. Rix did a better job at picking up the kills, but outside of that, Invil has been quite dominant with their aggressive style.
I mean, that's what they just like to play as well, you know, like they try to control the battle in any case and shape, so not giving the opportunity towards the opponent to take control over the match. So FaZe are gonna have to deal with that as well, and especially on Prokhorovka, it is the name of the game quite often as well. So what can we expect here? We'll know soon enough. Invil coming out, CS W5, Quad 279, Quad I7, and Quad Dravitz.
Meanwhile, FaZe going with 4.279s, a Sturv, a 5A, which we haven't seen, I don't think, this entire tournament, a 50B, and the rest Dravik. A 5A is a very interesting choice. I'm curious to see where they're going to put it.
Again, a lot of things going middle. from Invil's side, middle and 1-2, similar to the previous battle. In the return, they'll face a lot more split. It doesn't look like they're looking for a straight fight in the beginning.
No, it definitely hasn't been their style. They've been quite good at being methodical. If they can receive a push from Invil, that would be ideal. The pushing team typically is at the disadvantage. They take a lot of hits first, but, well, meanwhile, Flash and his STRV already taking damage. And we see Invil being aggressive on the one line. IS-7's dumping straight over at E2, pushing up. Invil has taken the middle with their 279s, and they have quite a good bit of map control already on their defense. Like we had said, they are being aggressive, and FaZe is now looking to see what they can do against Invil's initial play. Looks like they're going to rotate all their heavies out, at least from the H12 area. It'll be interesting to see what they do with all their Dravik in the K67.
So it slows down a lot, and Intel does not continue down 1-2. They just take over the control established with the I7s. Put the E5s behind, but I think FaZe could be hitting a pretty nice timing here. If you look at the minimap right now, the rotation across the AB line with the E5s, Dravets as well, are kind of letting Piotr and company be in a position where if they were to get repushed, it would be a huge success for the FaZe side. But the question is, does FaZe feel like repushing this?
We'll find out. The press is already spotted, so is Piotr. So there's a little bit of information for each team. Currently, FaZe is just grouping. Doesn't look like they are pushing just yet. Invil just holding tight with all their tanks at this point. However, it looks like they're actually rotating back. A5 is rotating. They're bringing all their tanks in. It would not be a good play for FaZe to push the one line at this point.
Well, they still have like 15 seconds to do it. Before those tanks on the way forward arrive, they could sweep in, but the longer they wait, the gap is closing, right? There's a timing. With all of those tanks arriving, the timing is almost gone. The moment they reach like the B2 position, the timing is fully gone altogether.
And FaZe seems to be moving a little bit slower than Invil at this point. Both of them kind of just rotating around the map. FaZe trying to react to what Invil is showing them. We see a lone 279 kind of going on an exploratory route for FaZe in the city. Not that there's anything there for him to find at this point. We'll see how exploratory that 279 does go.
I think it's just trying to gather some info, you know. Figure out where there's a tank or two from Invil and then start backing off. Just try and get some information that gives them the opportunity to push this 1-2 line.
Do you think they're going to push the 1-2, or are they going to look to push the mid instead?
They're going to need to probably pressure across the middle, pressure the city by the looks of things, and just try and see if they can pull a few tanks off of this 1-2 line, or force, of course, push in 1-2 themselves. That seems to be the main goal right now. Just to, you know, see where this pocket of Invil tanks is. Are they supporting 1-2? Are they playing city? But the 279 clearing city this deep, I mean, they'll probably wait on 1-2. No,
push.
They're gonna go for it.
They're pushing.
I mean, he sees nothing and they decide to go for the push. Let's see how this one works out. Thunder comes balling around that corner and he is dead immediately. If the tanks are not in the city, that means that they're in another position. This time around, it wasn't 1-2 line. Piotr pulls back around the corner. There is still a Dravets there from the side of FaZe, which I think will deal with Piotr as well. That's the press. Piotr loses his loader as well. Godex and Loop now pushing past. Itox in that IS-7 is going to be the next focus, and maybe this is what FaZe needs, to be honest. Try to get a gun or two out of the game before the rest of the tanks from Intel come back in, but I think that's a little too late at this moment in time as Barkis Nepal come from the back lines in a sweeping motion across the one line. They find success one after the other. They fall. An interesting move from FaZe, and it's an interesting result for them as well, as they're down in this 1-2 line quite heavily and are looking at a 2-0 scoreline for Invil in return. Interesting that, you know, the guy in the city spots nothing and they're like, okay, let's push city. Let's push 1-2.
I'm intrigued because normally if you don't spot anything, they're all on the other side of the map. So they decided to take their force and push it into their entire team. I don't really like that move.
I think they definitely need to gather some more info, you know, and maybe push across the middle on the 5-6 line, check if something's shooting at you from A5, you know, like try and get some information going your way, or at least, you know, pressure up at the guy in the city a little further, and then wait a little bit to have a potential, like you wait for two reasons. One, they might push 1-2 themselves, right, because they're all there. Or two, they start rotating, and then if you do want to push 1-2, you want to hit the timing in which they're not all in 1-2 anymore. But, you know, like this, it's looking like a quick 3-0 for Invil, to be honest.
Is definitely leaning in that direction. FaZe seems to be playing more like they did on the reverse side of the reverse sweep that Rix had against them.
Yeah, that was not it for FaZe. Good round for Invil, though. I mean, take 1-2 control, keep it, starve FaZe out of information, capitalize upon it as well. Get a win on the board, get a match point, looking towards closing it out.
Invil's been quite aggressive, and they were patient here, and it worked in their favor. FaZe being the one to push into their trap of tanks on the 1-2 line.
Nothing too stand out, I guess. I mean, Thunder doesn't even get to shoot his gun. That's unfortunate, I guess. For him.
Yeah, and we can see that Invil doing a better job at penning what they're hitting, though I'm not sure why that percentage is higher than the accuracy. Maybe bounced off of a tank and hit another. But yeah, Invil damage spread is quite good. The HP sharing was just as good as they have been doing all tournament. If they keep this up, like you said, it's going to be an easy 3-0 for Invil.
I mean, one more round and they get to play on their maps as well, so, you know, that is looking pretty good for them. They opted to play Prokhorovka, and now they have two opportunities to close it out as well. And I think FaZe maybe mentally did not recover yet from the 3-0 loss they had. Well, the reverse sweep, actually, the 3-0 into tiebreaker loss against Rix.
I mean, we've seen one reverse sweep today. It's possible that they somehow pull it off against Invil, though I will say, the way that they're playing right now, I don't think that's going to be the case.
No, I don't think so either, but it's okay to dream, right?
I have to have something to dream for after Nomi lost.
True. True. You were a big Nomi fan. How did that work out?
I mean, they were definitely a solid underdog and making good progress through the lower bracket. Unfortunately, Invil was just too much for them.
And it seems like Invil is too much for FaZe as well at this moment in time. Although, could still be turned around, nonetheless. But we're going to have to see FaZe from the first 3 rounds against Rick. So far, it's just FaZe from the last 4 rounds.
Oh, well, if they come and turn around with the, well, we can see the community prediction heavily favoring Invil. 85% to 15, not even close. So, looks like our predictions were a little bit more 50-50, and the community is heavily in favor of, or heavily believes that Invil will dominate. And that's what we've seen so far. So, community seems to know things better than we do.
Hey, whoa, no, I voted for Invil, buddy. All right.
Yeah, but didn't you say it went to tiebreaker?
Well, I mean, first step is to be right about the team winning. The second thing is to be right about the score. So far, I'm looking to be right 1 out of 2. What about yourself?
Let's not talk about it.
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. Prokhorovka now, 2-0 for Invil. I'm not sure what side they're playing on. I don't think it matters too much. A good reminder of the casting predictions. I mean, some of us are more down bad than others, right, Z-Best?
Yeah, my prediction is not looking so good right now. But if you're saying that the actual way it turns out is not important, there's still a chance.
Anything is possible if you just believe. It's going to be FaZe coming in with a CS and STRV and EBR, what seems to be 6 IS-7s and 6 Dravets.
Meanwhile, Invil being heavily favoring the Dravik and the IS-7s, 2 EBRs and an STRV. we'll see if they use the EBRs to their advantageous, to their advantage, I should say.
Initial spots coming out from the EBR in the middle. Get some info. Kono running it down deep on 1-2 line though. Might even get all the way into those bushes over there. He does get into D1. It's very, very aggressive from Kono. Followed up by what seems to be 4 i7s pushing down. And Piotr pushing into that dip. Minus 2.2 on that i7. Good shooting from FaZe. What you want to see from them. Flash needs to be very careful. The EBR is coming to clear, but they have no info on this 1-2 line. They do not know that this 4 i7 squad is driving down right now. And they're about to be really surprised when they see this and will have to react. And is FaZe in a position to react?
I don't think FaZe is in a position to react at all. They have no knowledge that there's an EBR sitting in D1. The STRV is about to be surprised with an entire, battalion of IS-7s just driving down. They are spotted now. The IS-7s are spotted. STRV will have line of fire right about now. But I think going to hold a shot until they drive all the way past. At this point, FaZe needs to do something because they're going to lose 3 tanks in quick succession.
I mean, not a bad play from the STRV to hold his fire, though. Trying to be annoying and trying to make sure that he is unspotted for as long as possible. Kono now coming to clear, and Flash is going to have to start shooting. He will do that. Now FaZe needs to react it up. 4,000 HP. Flash will not live for very long. Kono goes dead immediately, though. Good shooting, though, from the side of FaZe. In return, Flash will fall on the STRV. Piotr getting repushed in the dip. That's the important part for FaZe. Can they make something happen there? Small HP lead for them, but they're driving back into the STRV of Monster, who's having a field day from the back lines already. Abios and his IS-7 backing away, rolling over that hill. Will not do too much. He's going to go down, and that HP lead for FaZe has melted away completely. They're now stuck on this 2-3 line in the crossfire positions as well from the tanks from the 2 line from Invil that are coming back in. Thunder pushed over, but I think all in the dip. And the dip is what they're going to feel in their emotions, as well as they realize, or will come to realize soon, that Invil in this lower back bracket seems like a beast altogether. Not 1, not 2, but 3 consecutive 3-0s.
Very dominant from Invil on the entire lower bracket. FaZe seem to have the advantage right in the middle of the engagement, but their hit points absolutely evaporated once they pushed over middle on the 3-4 line.
Yes, a good move from Invil altogether. Really good moves. Aggressive EBR, followed up immediately. Solid stuff all around. I mean, can't really ask for more. They went 3-0. They're looking at a rematch of their first match of the tournament. Will also be the last match of the tournament.
Yeah, it comes full circle. We'll see if Invil has anything up their sleeve to take it to Rix this time, and maybe even turn it around and be the victors this time, instead of at the beginning where Rix was very effective.
So, FaZe losing 3-0 against Invil. Invil proving that they deserve to be in the grand finals. That's what it's going to be as well. So FaZe ends third, Invil and Rix to play it out and see what it is. Yeah, Monster there in the SCRV having a pretty good game, you know, when they're pushing back into him. In return, Flash, I mean, not really.
Yeah, Monster being, well, a monster. Lots of damage in the STRV. Here we can see the bracket. Invil moving on to the grand final. Rix versus Invil. Like you said, it's a rematch of the first match that we saw all the way back beginning of yesterday. Meanwhile, Invil being very dominant in the lower bracket. 3-0s in a row. And like you said, definitely deserve to be in the grand final. We'll see what they can do against Rix just a little bit later today.
In the right now already, let's see where you want to put your prediction. I'll write it, you know?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like my predictions have been a little bit off. So, I don't know. Invil's been very dominant. I'm going to go with Invil.
You think?
I'm going to say that...
in a best of 9 in the grand finals?
Best of 9. I'm going to say 5-3.
5-3 for Invil. All right, okay, noted that down. Of course, guys, the calendar's in front of you. What we still have left in the rest of the year. We're now at the end of August, which means that we have OLS coming up very, very soon. right? We have also Legend Series, of course, in the OCS, which is also turning into a league format. And then after that, we are going to be having WCI as well. These are the play days for OLS. We'll be going back to what you will know very well, Monday, Tuesday, and Sunday, with a little bit of a mid-season break around the 22nd as well. That's then the mid-season break goes into phase 2, and then we'll have the grand finals on the 10th and the 11th of October. That's a lot of Onslaught action coming your way very, very soon. So the teams are, you know, from their 15v15 shoes, they're going to have to grab back to their 7v7 shoes. And of course, on the 30th, we have the wildcard tournament. At the end of August, we have the wildcard tournament to decide who gets to go to WCI. We could still have a North American team, extra, Seabest. If Cry takes everything, we could have a second North American team. Although,
Well, I'll be watching on from a distance. We'll see how it turns out.
I mean, anything could happen in that, but we still have a grand finals to come. That is going to happen very, very shortly, a little bit away from now. Before that, let's take it away with a little bit of replays.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the AMD Clan Showdown Finals. Ian, Rix versus Invil. Was this the expected match we were going to get?
I mean, I think with FaZe's performance in the first 2 rounds, but then fading off towards the end, I think it's probably justified. These two teams are in the final, but yeah, FaZe, I feel like disappointing. 2 last games for them, but I mean, 3rd place, not too bad, I guess. Bronze fist, but no money taking home. So.
True. That's the worst part about it, I guess. You play all those games and don't get to take it home. So again, this was the bracket. This was also the very first match of the tournament, Rix versus Invil, and it was actually, I feel like, a convincing win for Rix.
Yeah, I feel like it was. I mean, Invil obviously got 2 rounds on the board, but yeah, it wasn't that convincing from Invil, and it's kind of why they ended up in the lower bracket, and well, after that they kind of swooped through it.
Yeah. The lower bracket was Invil's playground, though.
Yeah, maybe they're just testing strats down there, who knows?
Yeah, it was just very convincing,
Yeah, very convincing. I mean, I think they played Proco on every single game, as well as probably Fisherman's, I think, in 2 of them as well, so maybe they want to play some other different maps in the final against Rix, but I mean, we'll have to see, I guess.
So these are the teams against each other. It's basically what Weekend / Cashback versus W/Mafia, right? In a way.
Yep.
I mean, not that much Weekend, though, because it's really only I said, right? Unless I'm missing some. No, Kano as well. No, I was right. So far, who do you think has the upper hand coming into this?
I feel like Rix, to be honest. I mean, Invil obviously sweeping through, probably high on confidence, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that really much competition other than FaZe really in the lower bracket, so not really much to trial against, but yeah, I mean, FaZe's performance, but I still think Rix should have this, but I mean, my prediction 5-4 for Rix, I do think this could go either way.
So you really think it's going to go to tiebreaker?
I think it depends on first round. If it goes 2-0 one side, I think it's going to be a bit more of a sweeping game.
Okay.
If it's 1-1 on Red Shy, which, I mean, could happen,
Look
I
at
think it could go a long way.
Rix banned Prokhorovka, Ian. They know that they had to take it out, They had to remove it. So Redshire picked by Rix and Prokho banned by Rix. The reason why they are getting this done this way is because they need some sort of an advantage for coming through the upper bracket and not having a second life. So they get to pick first and ban first. What do you find about those?
Yeah, it's good. I think learning their lessons, I think, from watching Invil play on Proco against the 3 other teams I think they played against, and yeah, a good ban from them. And Redshire, I mean, they did play very well against a FaZe on that, so no, they didn't. They lost 2 rounds, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, maybe wanting.
It's a good practice.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Himmel picking out from Invil. It's nice to see Himmel being played, at least for once.
Yeah, Himmel being picked and Highway being banned by by Invil, not really a surprise, right? They like Himmels as well, so since Proco's banned Himmels, or I would have expected them to pick Himmels or Cliff, but they ended up picking Himmels first, which then means Rix picks Live Oaks, and then Invil picks Cliff nonetheless. So it's a best of 9, and if we go the distance, Fisherman's Bay will be the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of Fisherman's Bay this tournament, but yeah, it'd be nice to see Himmelsdorf for once, and Cliff will be, I think, very interesting if we do get there.
Rix really opting to play Redshire. Do they just think that Invil's like a bad Redshire team? Because obviously against FaZe, I mean, they were pretty bad themselves,
Yeah, I mean, I guess Invil haven't really played Redshire that much, so probably better than picking Himmel against them, but I mean, they're going to have to think of something different because I think they've shown 3 different strats on Redshire, so I mean, hopefully they're going to have a 4th strat, or Invil probably have done their homework. They should know what Rix might play, so do need to be a little careful for Rix.
I mean, I'm just Invil in the grand finals is usually like a different beast, you know, and even in the lower bracket against FaZe, they were very dominant. I know you watched that match for the replays. It was surprising just how dominant Invil was, no?
Yeah, it really was. I mean, he didn't really expect it to be 3-0, but I mean, they just came out swinging on Fisherman's, and I think after the 2-0 losing to that and also losing in the upper bracket final against Rix, I think mentally maybe FaZe just wasn't there, and Invil just took advantage.
Rick, do you think it's important for Rix to actually start well on Redshire though? Because they picked it first, because we often talk about the blessing and the curse of the first pick, you know, and not having to play the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, if you are picking Redshire, you would hope it goes well. I mean, last time it obviously didn't go so well against FaZe, and then they came back afterwards. But yeah, obviously wanting to start strong, I'm predicting probably 1-1 for both teams. I think both teams will probably win their attack, but yeah, I'd be interested to see what Rix want to do. I mean, I think they played passively every single time, so other than that first one they played against Invo where they both teams pushed like aggro on the 1-2, but maybe some 9-0 pressure will come out from Rix.
I'm looking at this Himmels as the real difference maker. You know, like I could see a 1-1 Redshire and then Himmels to break it open. How do we think the Schwertal, since we've seen it a lot and it's been like kind of the tank of the tournament, right, in terms of meta, plays into Himmels?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Dravik I think is still pretty heavily meta on Himmel, so you could easily quite switch it up and just have a lot of HP. I know when 60TP came meta, that was just used and abused so often, so it could be a similar story and you could take 15 of them and go literally anywhere on the map, but I'm still not a fan of this Wurzwell, I must say. I
just don't like the tank, you know, after having played it, the gun just makes me annoyed, you know.
Yeah, not a good tank.
Wow, you can't say that. On this Redshire, from the Nord, what would you do yourself? Because it's a hard side to play.
I mean, I like to play more aggro, so I'd probably either push the 9-0, pretty aggro with like a lot of I7s, or I would do like a 1-2, like they've done in the past, but instead of going like on the outside, I would go on the inside on like the 3 or 4 line, and then go into this like little riverbed here, and then push the 1-2 out.
Because 1-2 pushes are indeed also very hard, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think most teams are opening more towards the castle, just to kind of punish any kind of aggressive plays, but I'm not sure. I don't know who's attacking first. Probably Rix, I would guess, if they picked it, but I don't know. I don't know how you used to play Redshire back in the day.
Didn't really change that much, to be honest.
No, hasn't really, to be fair.
It was like
a 9-0.
Yeah, it was a lot of 1-2 pushes, to be honest, or through the dried out riverbed as well. But anyways, battle number 1 of the grand finals. Rix coming in with 5 IS7s, a 260, double 279, an SCRV, an EBR, and 5 Dravets.
And for Invo, 1 EBR, 1 Hurricane, 1 Swordsfell, 3 IS7s, and the rest Dravets. Is Rix defending with 279s? No, they're not, so yeah, Invo defending first. We'll have to see where they go, but Rix opening much more of a split.
Yeah, and immediate pressure towards that 4 line from Invil. We've seen that before. I think we've seen actually them do it as well. If memory serves right, it was against Rix also. They ended up committing there, getting stuck, and just getting owned from the 9-0 line. Ooh! Ooh!
Aka does not have the ramming perk, or the ramming field mods there.
He will live though.
Trade's not too bad either. I mean, this is already not so great for Invil. They're not going to be able to push out the 9-0. They only have 3 tanks here, but they are joining with Conrad, Itox, and Ketsai, but they're going to get punished a lot for this.
A lot of damage being taken immediately on Ketsai and Conrad as well. They want to push out maybe that 5 line, but all they're going to get is under the bridge, and a big rotation now coming in from Rix across the K line. You can see it there in the distance. Iset, Evil, and Twilight making their way across, and now Invil pulling back from the 3-4 line. back towards 9-0 line with more tanks. You can see double Dravets already rotating over. The 3 tanks that were there before are going to continue holding the deep positions and waiting for the reinforcements to come in. And Ios gets owned. He's dead. The fire burns him to a toast.
Yeah, it's just kind of just, I guess he missed these I7s on G1 and he just got spotted going into the bush. And I mean, it's not a great start for Invul. Nearly 6k down here, and they're going to scramble these 2 Dravits on the A line to try and rotate to the 9-0. But I mean, these positions, Conrad and Getside, Itox just all pinned. Can't move.
Yeah, and they're even getting shots. I mean, last time we checked in on Conrad, it was about half HP, and now you can see the shot. That's Kano in the STRV, man. That's coming in, I think, from the distance. Or maybe it was I said at first, and now Kano is rotating over towards K7 to set up for a 9-0 line push, which I think is a good read from Rix. Pretty aware of what might happen here. More damage coming out, like those cheeky angles under that bridge playing into effect, and now Infil's just in so much trouble.
Yeah, Rick's taking it quite slowly, not really wanting to push out anything, but I mean, Rick's are just such in a powerful position. They have an I7 on 0 line as well that spots the B9 position, so they can't really reinforce or leave without being spotted, and yeah, I think they'll just take their time, kill these I7s under.
Looks like they're maybe rotating tanks to kill them as well at some point. But yeah, sure, they can slowly chip away at these tanks. And slowly, I mean, from time to time, there's a penetration coming in on towards Getside. What can he really do except for sit there and take it?
Yeah, I mean, it's only 3 minutes gone, so plenty of time just to take your time, kill these guns kind of for free. And I mean, STLV's rotating back to maybe try and get some better shots. And yeah, Getside admitting defeat and making the shield. Itox will live, but I mean, 2 guns down for Invil, and yeah, I mean, 7k down as well.
Yeah, 2 guns with a third one. No, yeah, 3 guns down for Invil.
Oh yeah.
A bit of yeah. It's like counting them like 1, 2, 3 guns down with 1 more very committed, which is Itox. And he can get repushed at any given time, to be honest. If anybody drives through the 5-6 line from the side of Rix, they will just kill him. There's nothing they can do to stop it.
I'm a little worried about Little's position here.
Oh, you should be.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just 1.2k down, and I mean, this was just not needed. I think he thought he had an angle onto Itox, but yeah, it's just a tank back for Invil.
It's just a bad rock to be on, you know? You cannot really play that rock when they control deep 9-9. Little is going to die. It's a bit of an a reach from Little, to be honest. Wants to be greedy, gets punished. He's gonna die against Itox, I think, in the 1v1. Although Itox we need to hit for that, but Little, I think he's like engine deck or something, you know, like it's a very hard shot for Little.
I mean, I'm surprised Rix are not wanting to kind of do anything about this. I thought they might try and push out this I7 just to kind of maybe get Little to survive, but I mean, now it's 5 minutes gone, basically, and now they need to start doing something.
They've rotated a 279 to the 9-9, though. I guess to push it.
Yeah, I mean, Pilter, this position for Pilter, I feel like it's just not good for a Dravik. They can just kind of go through your tracks in a Dravik because you just overmatch it, but...
I mean, he's not really peeking, though. He's just kind of holding. Holding formation.
Who was it for... Was it Rix or Invil? Someone was there and they just got blown up. I don't know. I think it was Rix.
It was Invil, no? They left somebody there. No, it was Face.
Yeah, one of the Ukrainian teams, yeah.
Yeah, Face left somebody there, but they were already up like 5 or 6 guns.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't matter, but yeah.
But look at Invil, though. While we were talking, look at the rotations. Look at what they control over the map.
Yeah, it's a gamble, but I mean, I think it's a pretty good gamble. I mean, these I7s are pushing up in the castle, gonna find nothing, but I don't think they're gonna be wanting to push anything further than this, though.
No, but it's a 2-pronged attack from Face anyways. They're still up 4,000 HP. 4,500 HP. And 2 guns. And about to be a 3rd one again, because Kopiat and Squeezy are about to delete Itox from the game. There's nothing Itox can do about this. He comes in, he will hit a shot. That's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to hit the 2nd shot he's going to get as well, because that will most likely be his last shot in this battle, as the Dravets have just a better DPM than him. So he gets his second shot and then dies. And now the pressure starts mounting here on the 9-0 line a little bit. But I said and Diavol leading the charge.
EBR also going towards the 4 line. This I7's pushed up on D4 as well. He's getting a lot of... They're still beating a big punish though.
And now the position we were talking about, Piotr is actually in a lot of trouble. I think he's getting pushed back, and I think at some point these tanks here from the lower side, Squeezy and Kopia, they're going to start getting shots on him as well. So Monster goes down in the Dravets actually before Piotr even gets shot at. So another gun down. The HP lead, it's not that big anymore. They've had to sacrifice some of it to get into position, but look at the IS-7 on 1-2 line. There's 3 minutes still. It's a long time in this kind of battle. Like, they're clearing out 1-4 line. They know. They're still pushing 9-0 line.
Yeah, I mean, cap's not really a big of an issue for Invil, but I mean, slowly just losing all the map control. These people on B8 will slowly get crossfired out. I mean, Stravik is pushing across back into A3 or A4, and if he gets spotted on this cross, which I think he does, yeah, it's another tank dead for Invil.
Yeah, and they're just getting chipped down. I mean, it's probably not a happy Invil team right now. I mean, great from Rix, you know, setting up the positions, getting the crossfire, and you can see they are getting the pens as well on these Dravets over and over. Takes a little bit of time, but they find it. Diavol picks up Yuzek, and now it's just a slow and excruciating death for Invil. It's not a happy place to be, you know, on the receiving end when you're Invil right now, because you cannot do anything and you're still forced to play, and you know you're losing.
Yeah, I mean, this is just waiting for your eventual death, really, from Rix. I mean, I do wonder if Invil did just sit in their positions, at least had something on, you know, A1, maybe A3, and something on C5. Maybe they could hold this out for a bit longer, but yeah.
They were gambling, all right, on the 9-0 line push.
Yeah, I mean, if Rix got over eager and just pushed out the 9-0 straight, they would have probably lost. But I mean, just good from Rix slowly figuring out where Invil was, and I mean, just getting their guns up.
Slow and methodical, yeah. Keeps the pace of the game kind of slow as well, which is, I think, more in favor of Rix than Invil. To, you know, keep it slow and steady. You know, not get them warmed up in the chaos. The speed, which I think they like more, and it's a clean round from Rix. Outside of Little, it's a clean round.
Yeah, outside of little misplay, yeah, very clean. Nothing really to complain about for Rix, and yeah, deserved first win really. And just Strat from Invil just falling apart really, just off info. Just like they had no way to get into this game from what they did.
Yeah, that's just a good round from Rix. Like we said, it's their map pick as well. They want to do well on this. They get the first battle out. Slow, steady, pick it up. Of course, they were playing from the better side, and I think on Redshire, it's pretty significant, the difference between the sides.
Yep. Yeah, South is just a lot more powerful now.
I mean, it always kind of has been, right? 3-0s, yeah, well.
Yeah.
I mean, Ios there... For him, it was a very tough game, you know, like, you get spotted and you're instantly dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just nothing going his way, really. Just, I guess he got spotted out by the I7 on the castle and just didn't think it was possible, and, yeah, I mean, paid the price for it. I really don't like this outside play into this, like, ridgeline position. I don't know what it'd be, like E5, E4. It just feels so pointless. And all I'm saying is the one team that had the Swartzwell lost, so I don't know.
Right. So
Bad
you
tank.
So that's why they lost?
Yeah. The whole reason. Nothing else. I mean, I think they did something similar last time and they brought 2. This time they brought 1.
It wasn't that similar though, but yeah, I mean, Rix could start if they could convert the second round of Redshire. I know it's early in the best of 9, but I think it would be very good for them to get the ball rolling early. You know, like grab Invil by the throat and not let them get into the match. I think that's the best way to beat them. You know, never really let them get control. If they get that control, they do extremely well. But if they don't get it early on, they can kind of fall to pieces.
Yeah, obviously you don't want to let Invil start getting rolling, but I mean, getting a 2-0 victory on your map pick as well would be a great start. And then really from that, you can just go 1-1 on every map and you will eventually win.
That's just that easy, huh, Ian? It's just that
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
So why haven't you? Exactly, I was gonna ask. Why haven't you never put that into practice yet?
I never got into the playoff to begin with, so I never got the ball rolling. It just got stuck on top of the mountain. Couldn't make it go down. One day I'll come back.
How does it feel knowing that Banter is more successful than you?
Wow. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it.
You don't want to talk about it?
I mean, I only got into comp, 5 years ago. So, yeah.
Okay, right. Interesting. Rix, 7 Schwertals, 2 E5s, a Badger, a Dravets, and 4 279s.
Yeah, for Invo, not taking any of the sports files, so should be winning, but 1 EBR, 1 CS, 2 260s, 4 IS7s, and the rest of Dravets.
So, you think they're going to lose because of the amount of Schwertals?
Yes, calling it out.
Interesting. So, Schwertal and Badger on the 8 line, and E5 going to 1, and the rest of the team, Rix just wants to take control, I think, over 1-2 line, right? Not actually fight too early on, and Invul in return does not care about 1-2 whatsoever. It's going to be this long defense, right?
Yeah, it's going to be this castle and everything else on the full line. And I mean, I'm a bit surprised with the sports file with the Badger. Surely if you're going to make a hold down for the Badger, you're going to want something a bit less tall, no?
Unless the Badger makes a hold down for the Schwertal.
I feel like its weak spots are still exposed, no? On the upper plate.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't think so. It depends. Like, if he's at A9 with the Schwertal and the Badger, then you're shooting from below, from like usually A7 down, up. So you would have to imagine how would it look like for those weak spots. Ooh, Mindbreaker. Oh, getting shot at the crossing. Pops the boosters. 1.4k HP remaining on him. Yeah, that's a lot of damage taken. But he does reach the position at least, I guess. He will go straight to A9 and look at Infil just marching back across. This was our part of the map. We're back.
Yeah, I mean, taking it back. I mean, this Fultz fell in A8, probably going to be making the hold down, so maybe not that big of a deal losing all that health. But, yeah, I mean, Invil, 2k down as well, even still with all the amount of health that these Fultz has. But it's going to be tough for Invil with these 260s.
They're just taking everything back towards 1-2, but look at, it's not the usual castle defense. Like, you would see, like, team pushed up to F1, right?
Yeah. Yeah, 1279 normally there to kind of spot on the one line, but I mean, Eyes is a bit further back this time.
Yeah, I said just playing that little archway. Nobody committed forward. 4 279s behind, I said, but they're holding on the outside. Probably waiting to see how Invil approaches this. If they push the 3-4 line, they can go inside if needed or support. If they push 1-2, they just sit there and hold, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this was very similar now to what they did against FaZe, and FaZe tried to push into the 5 line, and they did win that game of capping. But, I mean, Invil gonna probably do somewhat the same, possibly with Conrad and Itox, but it's gonna be interesting to see how they approach this. Would you do the same? Like 5 line? Or try full push 1-2?
I would push up to G1 first, no? With limited amount. Check what's happening. Maybe push the Schwertals down and then probably still like 4 line to crossfire the Schwertals while controlling 1-2 with limited amounts, no? I feel like it's probably still the best way to deal with it. The only problem is, like 3 tanks at 8-9 0 line. It's a lot of damage in the back. Potentially they could retake 9 line as well, so you'd have to be very careful about that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're leaving their I7 and Hurricane out there just to stop this possibility, but I don't know if you can stop it that well with just one guy. But, I mean 4 minutes have passed, still plenty of time for Invil to make their rotations. It looked like they do want to go for this 5 line with these 2 more Dravix joining up.
It is going to be 4-5 line. More tanks are being pulled towards it. They're going to probably leave like one guy in the back on the K line, just to cover. Or not. They're actually all pushing up. Okay, so no cover. So they got to be careful a little bit in G1 because depending on what Rix decides to do, there's going to be a lot of 279s driving very quickly at 260s and Dravitzes, and the problem for them is, of course, they're shooting from below at this 279.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, yeah, they do need to be careful they don't just get pushed over. I mean, it depends on the timing, I guess, as well. These shots, the 260s will probably just eliminate Liberty and the other one that I can't see Copyat behind him as well, but it doesn't look like a 5-line at all, unless they're going in from the other dim.
Maybe they're swinging from left to right. Some damage being taken here. Ketsai, Itox, Conrad, Yusek, the whole group is all spotted out, so I think now Rix is pretty much aware of what's happening, that Copiat and Liberty are about to get flying through. What did these 279s decide to do inside of 1-2 line? Do they actually decide to take? Or are they just trying to cover? They're just shooting though, and they're doing a good amount of damage. Even Itox is the first one, takes a lot of damage, but in return he's dead actually. That's Aphrodite and the Badger from behind doing some good damage. Copiat and Liberty, well, one of them is definitely dead. Can Liberty actually be shielded here? That is the good question. The 279s deciding to hold their position, and so far it seems like the right choice. They are hitting quite a lot of shots on towards the back of these tanks as well from the 9-0 line. That's that double Schwertal getting the shots in from behind, and Rick seemed pretty aware of this possibility. Squeezy, Kano taking a lot of damage as well though on those back lines. That's the tanks inside of 1-2 that are shooting them at Yusek, Rexar, Conrad, Brainbreaker. They're all trying to retreat, but there will not be one for Rexar. He goes down, and now I think you can see conversion here from Rix, up 7,000 HP, taking those 279s that were on the outside of the castle area in D1 towards that one-line group, and Rix on Redshire shows Invil that they can still lose rounds. They may have forgotten what it feels like, but it's not going to be 1, it's going to be 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, just a very nice round from Rix here. I mean, I feel like this play on for Invil, making them get spotted a bit early, so they're already prepared for it as well, is just like not that great from Invil, but I don't know, it just wasn't so great from Invil. And then trying to run away, it's just like, you can't run away, you're forced to sit and stay, but I mean, they just get nothing out of it. The shield from the Schwarzwald, I don't know who it was it Liberty, I think, was getting shielded, and they just couldn't kill him from anywhere, and they couldn't go into the castle.
Copiat shielded Liberty.
Yeah, and they just couldn't go into the castle because they have the 279s on D1 that can pressure them, so they just had nothing to kind of kill. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be probably 15-1, so yeah, a very nice start for Rix.
Yeah, and you could see the danger there. There was a quick retake even on the 9-0 line. Well, not really 9-0 line, all on towards like B8 to get some shots in from behind as well. Rix very aware of this possibility and do a really good job here on Redshire. 2-0 for them. Now, of course, we're moving into, I was going to say Prokhorovka, but that was banned. Next, it's going to be Himmels. And they have a real opportunity. I mean, winning the first map 2-0, stopping the momentum from Invil altogether, who had until then 9 consecutive rounds. No, was it 9 or 6?
Yep. It's 3 nils.
Yeah, 3 nils, so 9 consecutive rounds. Yeah, really good start.
Yeah, I mean, very impressive for Rix. And I mean, I can't remember how the first game turned out. Was it 2-0 for Rix and then Invil came back? I can't remember, but yeah, I mean, just a strong start for Rix. They can't really complain about this. I think it just depends on what happens on Himmel now. If it's like 1-1, I could see Rix just kind of keeps on doing that until they just win it on the cliff, or if they get 2-0 by Invil, then again, this is all to play for again. And I mean, the Redshire was for no reason. So,
yeah, if they win Himmels 2-0, then it's indeed we go into a best of how many?
5. Why are you testing me here?
It wasn't really that much of a test, you know?
Yeah, well, still. You can figure this out yourself. I don't know why you needed my help.
Just checking, if you're paying attention, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what Rix need to do, though. Stop the momentum from Invil. They've done that. Now they gotta build on their own, right? 1-1 on Himmels, I guess, and then a 1-1 on Live Oaks, and finish it on Cliff?
Yeah, I mean, do you really want to leave it up the cliff though?
Oh, really?
Not
really.
Yeah, especially against Invil, I don't know if I'd feel so confident getting 1-1 win on on Cliff against Invil.
I don't think you can. I mean, Cliff is just the kind of map against a good team. You could lose it 2-0 any day. You could win it 2-0 any day. You know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it was Rick's first FaZe. I think last round or second last round, and they just obliterated FaZe straight.
Yeah.
Like was it like 10k down in the first minute? And it's just like, yeah, I mean, that could just happen, and then you're not feeling very well.
Can indeed happen. So far, Rix, the pick of Redshire, very smart choice, ends up working out beautifully for them. Now they move on to Himmels, and how many Shred Walls will we see there?
I mean, for Himmel, I feel like you could bring 15 if you really wanted to, but I think you want something for Window that's a bit better, so I'm going to say 12 with an E4.
12?
Yeah. Go big or go home.
Right.
I mean, they've worked, right? The more you take, the better it is, it seems. If you take like 2 or 1, it's the loss.
12 from one team, right? Or 12 in total?
12 in one team. Rex take 12.
Okay. I mean, it's possible, yeah. It's possible. There was not, yeah, I mean, thinking about it, there was not really any dominant Himmels tank, right? Anymore, since the nerf of the 60p. It was like a little bit of Dravets, some BZs, but nothing was really like meta.
No, I mean, yeah, Dravex was quite heavy. I mean, maybe someone pulls out a camp.
Oh, la. Ian.
Oh,
Ian, you were wrong.
2 off. Damn.
Yep, wrong is wrong, you know. 10 Dravets. 10 Dravets. Well, actually, I was wrong. It's 11 Dravets for Invil. 1 CS and 3 50Bs. Rix in return, 1 Dravets. Double Mouse, 2 50Bs, and then 10 Shredtons, right? Or 11?
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, 10.
I mean, they're driving at this Invil team with the Shredtons.
Yeah, I mean, a lot is spotted out for both teams, and I mean, Invil very heavily lower side, so I don't know about this courtyard player. He's stopping in the middle here, and I think he's just going to die over time here. He has to play forward and get close.
Kopiat is the one to take all of the damage, though, in the beginning of the game. I said, yeah. Do they get angles on him? Is he actually safe? It's a good question. I'm not sure. Ooh, beautiful shot there from Iset. The one towards Yusek. Absolutely banging him down. Double Shred Wall are taking the hill. And I feel like Iset is not safe there. Like you said, he's popping the booster now to go forward. How much damage does he take for this? There's a second shot. There's a third shot. And it's 4 shots. Could have been worse. Let's put it that way.
Maybe he was waiting for his booster to come back up before moving, maybe?
Not sure.
Mouse is going up on the 3 line, though. It's a bit scary. They're going to rotate.
Look at the hill, though. Look at the hill.
Yeah.
Ketsai making a peek. He's going to get peeked by Aka as well. They only have 3 tanks on the hill for Invil. There's 4 right now from Rix, and the rotations are coming out. They're pulling Invil apart. Ios gets set on fire. Kono taking some damage on the hill as well, and Aka fancies himself a little bit of pressure here. Needs to slow down at this moment in time. They're missing too many to do that, but they're doing a good job at pulling Invil out of position with these Shred Walls. And now Conrad on the 8 line is going to be the next pressure point. The 3 line has been pressured, but now you can see 3 of them moving on towards Conrad's position. They kind of want to push and they kind of don't want to push. They're not too sure, and Invil needs to hold on with these Dravets. They're doing that as well. They're bringing the HP a lot closer. But I feel like, ooh, Little is dead in the Mouse.
Yeah, I mean, they need to be really careful on this 1-2. They're going to pressure back this Mouse, I think, with the double 50B and Dravik. And then they're in a bit of problems for Rix. They're going to be in crossfire in the courtyard.
The Mouse of Twilight spots out the 50B, the double Dravets. They have to commit here on the 8 line, I think. Not really having a choice anymore. Evalok realizes that, pulls around the corner, is immediately getting a lot of damage his way. 1.7k taken. Conrad, does he die to the volleys here? He should actually die to them. Actually, Liberty, I think, opted not to shoot. Gonna ram Yuzek to 50, not bad. But the HP lead that they had in the beginning is completely fallen. The hill being pressured by Rix as well, but that is no longer a possibility. A good amount of kills coming their way, though, in a quick succession, but they're going to lose the hill. That's Mindbreaker and Aphrodite left there to die, and these Shred Walls here surrounded as well. It's not really working out for Rix. Invil take the good positions and make them work.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very close game. You would say Rix was definitely up in the beginning on positions. They had hill control. They pressured the 1-2, but it seems like the bleed of the Mouses going through line was just a bit too much. And then they repressured 1-2. They also went around the hill on the lower side. Got shot from the lower side as well. So good opener, but yeah, just the finish at the end just wasn't so great.
You know, it's like they were forced to push the 8 line, and they didn't really want to. But then they also pushed the hill, and that was a loss. There in the beginning they did really well, but then this mouse dying on 1-2 line and the other mouse being alone there is kind of like a deal sealer, you know. It's
I mean, yeah, if the mouse is like, instead of going down the 3 line, like crossed on F2, F3, got down to the 2 line, probably not as punished. It could have been really nice, especially if they're defending. They could literally just sit like this, and I mean, good luck pressuring into 1-2 when they actually have double mouse and I think one Dravet, no, a Swordsfell. So it would have been quite hard for Invil to come back, but yeah, I mean, they just got an opening and they took advantage of it.
Yeah, and for them it was probably a very hard game. You know, when you're getting pressured by all of this German steel in the beginning early on, but they did all the right moves. You know, there was a little worry there when they started rotating from the hill.
Yeah, that was... Yeah, if they pushed over the hill at that moment, could have definitely just caught them, but yeah, they just didn't have enough info of where probably the 50Bs were.
Good round altogether from Invil. 2-1 now on Himmels. And you talked about it, if Invil was to win this 2-0, it would just be, you know, we forget about what happened on Redshire. And they started off well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Little doing 0 damage is slightly worrying, but I mean, he was probably first in the push, but yeah, I mean, these just 2 double mouses just didn't really do much and kind of just let Invil farm them.
I mean, Little has the grand total of 0 damage, so, you know.
Yeah.
And Twilight doesn't do too much better.
No, only 2 shots from him as well, but at least he penned everything he shot at, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter when you lose. How much HP was the difference in the beginning?
4 or 5k?
Yeah, it must have been 4 or 5k, so... Yeah, I mean, I think Dravek's just kind of showing that you can still play Draveks on this Himmel against this such heavy meta that might start coming, but I mean, I think this is only in top tournaments because I don't think enough people have Swordsfells on their main accounts.
Yeah, at least not in this amount. No, but also it requires a very well playing team to stop this kind of lineup.
Yeah, it does. It's really hard to, I mean, especially on this like perfect rotation Rix had on the hill, and they played 1-2 as well. Like you kind of saw the Invil kind of stop and slow a bit down because they just didn't know what to kind of choose to go for. They could have rotated back towards the hill to reinforce that, or try and go 1 line to try and kill that. But yeah, I mean, just not quick enough for Rix to push over the hill. But yeah, I mean, they just didn't have enough Invil to push over. But yeah, it's just a nice round from Invil, really. Very controlling, stopping any aggression, and yeah, it was quite nice.
Yeah, about 6,000 HP in the beginning. Lead at some point. Yeah. So that's a lot to overcome, but they did it well. So very, very solid.
You gonna see the same thing, you think?
Yes, I feel like Invil will probably stick to their Dravets and Rix will stick to the Shredtals, actually. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'm wrong, but...
We can say 10 Swordsfells again? No.
No, I was wrong.
No.
But no, not fully. It was right, half right. You know, Rix did stick to the Shred Walls. They have double BZ, double Dravets, 279 and E5, and then 9 Shred Walls versus Invil's, what is that? 8 Shred Walls, 3 50Bs CS, and then 3 Dravets as well. So both teams coming in with about 40,000 plus HP here, and both of them playing pretty much the lower side from both sides, but 8 line, that's a lot of tanks coming there from Invil.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they want to do, if they want to go courtyard or they want to continue on the 8 line. I mean, they did spot one of the Swordsfells going 1-2, so I think they'll probably think they can maybe push this 8 line, and they are quite close. Aphrodite and Little are going to be the first ones going to be going into, most likely. They're trying to get back, though, over the ridge line.
Aphrodite cannot drive over that. Rubble Palsy is going to push forward into them. Onwards, my son. Try to stop them from coming. He tries to block the road, but they will pass. And there is no fleeing for these fools from that one. There's some crossfire coming back in from the tanks that are returning from the hill, but Invil straight up. They're trying to drive through sheer numbers advantage while you see the strain of tanks coming through the D-line. The C5 should already start backing off. They don't have the crossfire positions right now. I said Clownzik need to somehow stay alive, and Aka and the BZ is the next one down, coming to show that there's 5 tanks dead for the side of Rix, and only now does the reinforcements arrive. Is it too late? Probably, looking at it already, as Clownzik and Iset are being pushed. Gets Cyphronic going around the other angle. The HP, however, coming closer. Some kills being traded back as well. Conrad down low. Piotr low as well. 1-2 combination there on towards the kills, but the E5 and the BZ looking to die as well. Ketsai in the 50B is dead though. Clownzik actually might just be able to win that if he gets a little bit lucky. Evilok is coming to reinforce that, and maybe Rix has something to say about this battle. Evil, can he keep Clownzik alive? Yes, he stays alive on that E5. Another gun in the game, and all of a sudden the name of the game is about even with Rix in a gun advantage, but Invil with an HP lead.
Yeah, I mean, Nepal trying to get Dival out, but I mean, now Invil trying to go, probably rotating out, and I mean, it looks like Rix can probably take the hill with the E5 now, despite all the rotations. Liberty trying to peek on Nepal together. Will he get the shot out? He does. It's gonna be bad trades. It's not too bad though, but health only 200 down for Rix, and I mean, the CS is gonna meet the Dravik on the 1-2. This could be very important to decide who wins this fight on the 1-2.
Good shot there from Lavalier, then towards Pexar. Drops him towards the 1-shot. And on the 1-2, it's Kono versus Squeezy. And I don't think Squeezy is likely to lose this too hard. But you can see Nepal rotating, which means Squeezy is going to try and run away now, which gives Kono an opportunity to side scrape. He does that. Squeezy loses his engine. Kono gives him a shot. Nepal still coming. Squeezy needs to get around this corner. Kono gets the cheeky shot in. Squeezy will make it around the corner. Here comes Lavalier though.
Lavalier unspotted crossing this. Nepal needs to be careful not to go too close to just trade 1-for-1 from him, but Lavalier side scraping off the corner and eyes on the hill on 30 health, and needs to be very careful not to go down.
Lavalier doesn't fancy the peak right now. Nepal backing away, and now Invil is not just down in guns, down in HP as well. Rix came swinging back in, and I think keeping that zero line alive was very important for them. Brainbreaker now pushing forward, or no, trying to side scrape, and Evilok full HP, spreads ball, comes, shoots, scores. Now there needs to be a reaction from Invil, but how can they do one? Orchek is one though. He finds Diavol. Io speaking out now in that 50B. Evil doesn't get the support from Kano because he ends up missing the shot, and Evil will hit his shot in return, but now Liberty boosting in. Does he get the kill? No, Rexar turns the turret, the snap to pick up that flanking Schwertwall, and now the E5 coming back in, and it's still oh so close at this moment in time. Lavalier though, he is the playmaker in that Dravet. He's pushing towards Rexar and Yuzek. Kano with the boosters activated, 1 kilometer per hour reverse. Yuzek finds the kill, cannot go back, and ends up dying. Lavalier finds the shot against Orchek though. Ichi will put him down, and now Lavalier is the playmaker together with Clownzik. He's coming in here to pick up Rexar. Rexar does not seem to be looking the right way for Clownzik speak, and now Lavalier might just speak Yuzek. He does as well, gets it out. They re-establish control.
Yes, now Invil have 2 tanks left, realistically, because Orzik is on 1 HP at this BZ on the hill. Gonna probably start coming down. See, Kono actually rotated all the way towards the hill, and he will try and fight the BZ, but it's still really not over here. Lavalier, the Dravik, still has all the HP left.
Lavalier has indeed the opportunity. Evilok just switched to high explosive, and they are being smart about it. Look at Clownzik, he's going back towards the hill. However, smart does not mean they will win it. Even in a 2v1, Kono has a real opportunity to win it, simply because of his HP.
Yeah, I mean, it really just depends on what he wants to do, and if he's going to bleed for this, he might. Orzik does just get around the corner, and looks like Invil want to try and fully set up for this defense, because they are defending from the south.
Right, and then Orchek gets spotted going towards the hill, so Lavalier now has room and space to move.
Yeah, I think the only unknown right now is the Dravik on G5. I don't know who that is. It's Nepal. He has all the health left as well, and yeah, now it's all known for Rix, and Lavalier doesn't bleed for this as well, which is
probably
really
should
nice.
have, to be honest, for what he did. Ooh, Kono pushing Iset, and Iset does not miss this one.
No, and that should be the nail in the coffin
Should.
for Invil.
What a turnaround game, though, for Rix. I really thought they were down and out, but then they come back in, and Invil a little bit out of position, a little bit disjointed, and I think maybe too much focus on trying to kill the C5 on 0 line, because they lost 250 Bs going for him, and tanks driving up the B line as well, so at least 3-4 tanks lost in pursuit of that BZ and E5. Maybe better to focus on the repush coming back in from the lower side.
Yeah, I think quite possibly. I mean, I was kind of surprised that the E5 managed to get all the way back up to B0 in time and didn't get caught, but I mean, very well played. I think, yeah, Clownzig doing that. I mean, it's very well played from Rix, but yeah, it was very worrying in the beginning when they just lost, was it 4 or 5 tanks in the beginning? But I mean, it's repush coming back in from the D line, back into the behinds of all of Invil tanks, and then it's kind of the opposite scenario. Invil had everything on the kind of G line, or like 3 or 4 tanks, and yeah, they just managed to swing it back into their favor for Rix and slowly kind of controlled the game. And yeah, just Invil a bit too pressured far in. They had 3 kind of Swartzfelds kind of in the middle of, what would it be, like C8 or wherever it was. And yeah, they just couldn't get out, couldn't leave. And yeah, Rix just stabilized.
I think this is a great game for Rix that they turned it around, but really like a sucker punch for Invil. If you're playing as an Invil player, I guess, you know, you really roll down the 8 line. You get great success. I think they had 5 guns up at some point, right? Little is keeping his performance. Is this the right?
Yeah.
This is not the right battle result, because they did not have they did not have mouses, and they had an E5. So
yeah, you'd hope he did more than 0 that game, but yeah, I mean, probably all the people on the 8 line only got maybe 1 or 2 shots off. Can't remember who the...
Yeah, so they had like 4 or 5 tanks there on the 8 line, and they got rolled over, and then they lose the game. I mean...
Yeah. I do like the Swartzfeld trying to block the 8 line.
Aphrodite, yeah.
Yeah.
The solos for Retal, yeah.
Yeah. It would have been hilarious if you managed to block them so the people on the D line managed to get a shot of them crossing, but yeah, I mean, it's nicely played by Rix, really, in the end.
Right, now moving into Live Oaks. Who do you think has the edge on this?
I feel like after that defeat, Invil probably kind of try and lick their wounds to come back into this game. I mean, if you're Rix, I think you're pretty confident about this match so far, but I mean, Invil, not really the biggest fans of Live Oaks in the past, but I mean, it's kind of prefer banning probably Highway nowadays, but I can't remember if... I don't think either team had played Live Oaks before in this tournament.
Can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember. I don't think Rix have. I think they've played a lot of Redshire and...
Yeah, I don't think Rix have. Invil has, no? Played Live Oaks?
They played against Nomi? Maybe? No.
Not too sure anymore.
I can't remember, but yeah, I mean, I don't think Live Oaks is really Invil's preferred map, but I mean, they do pick it second. I know Rix pick it second, so I mean, Rix obviously have something up their sleeve to play for this, but it's going to be interesting to see what both teams want to bring. I doubt people are going to be bringing Swartzfelds to Live Oaks, though.
Actually, I think there'll be a few.
Yeah, I guess you could from south, I guess, to the city. Wouldn't be too bad. I don't know. I don't like playing city from north, but yeah, we'll have to see.
So, 3-1. We're still in script though, you know, 1-1 and then finish it off on Cliff, one way or another.
Yeah, we did say this, to be fair. Definitely looking like it at the moment, but I mean, yeah, if Invil can get 2-0 back and you're onto Cliff, anything could happen at that moment.
I mean, let's put it this way, I think if Rix wins this, it's over.
Well, you mean 1-1 or?
Yeah, if Rix picks up the first round, I think they just finish it off.
Yeah. I don't know what side they are to begin with, but yeah, if they're south, yeah, it's not looking great for Invil.
I can tell you, give me a second.
Please do.
Rix versus Invil, Live Oaks. Invil is starting on defense. So,
Rix are. I mean, Rick's bringing 1 EBR, 1 STRV, 2 STRVs, 1 Swordsfell, 1 279, 5 I7s, and the rest Dravets.
Invil, in the meantime, starting by putting everything on the 6th line, basically, for sniping tanks. IO's going aggressive. They might try to get a shot on the crossing, but there will not be much to shoot at for them, as Rix is not contesting the 1-2 line too much. Just a shred wall, or a shred wall playing up front. That's about it. But Rix also not really contesting 9 line too much.
I feel like I remember this opener for Rix against Face, no? I remember these 2 STRVs on the house. Oh, Kono going exceptionally close and not seeing anything.
I mean, I think Invil realizes that most of the team is sitting in the base, but this triple I7 from them is now going to be... Kono is spotted out now, so he sees 2 out of the 3 I7s there, and in return 3 out of the 4 I7s are spotted in the south, but this is ideal for Rix, no? If they want to quickly repush the south part of the map.
Yeah,
the timing, but you know.
Yeah, it depends. Obviously, they don't know how much is in the C line or was, but I mean, Invil not going that close with so many, and now they are rotating back. So if they both decide to repush this, it's going to be a big fight. But it looks like the Rix are rotating back towards the city.
Yeah, Rix had a timing there, but that gap is closing very quickly. Of course, to do that, Invil coming and swing in with their whole team for this very passive 9-0 line defense. There will not be any more rotations for them. Not much, at least.
It looks like they just wanted to open, maybe get some shots on anything being aggro, maybe going to the house on like D4 or D4, and yeah, just quite happy to go back into this hold. I mean, they don't have anything on, the house on D8 to waste time, but I mean, yeah, they're quite happy now just sitting like this.
I mean, very mature gaming from Rixor, like slowing it down, assessing the situation, checking the city, realizing there's nothing there, and just being like, okay, we can rotate off of this. It's fine. We don't have to do a quick Saudi push. We'll just rotate. No problem. And they do that. They're gathering up on the A line, and they're going to be pushing this kind of early on. You see the double STRV rotating to probably take towards C6 as well. Not taking under either. Maybe taking a delayed, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for Rix, they only have 1 EBR, and with Invil's EBRs taking such nice positions, it's going to be quite hard to push anything else. I mean, H line, J line is kind of out the question. A line is probably the only play. D line, you get spotted really early, so I do think this is probably the only play that they can do. And I mean, they could use the Swordsfell to make a gap shield as well, and that would be kind of hard for Invil to kind of stop, really.
Mm-hmm. So what's in the south? Triple I7 and a Dravets for Rix, just to hold. What's in the north? Everything else.
Yeah, and they have 2 STRVs covering on. I mean, they need to be careful they don't get, like, the EBR of who is at IOS, just after they know 2 STRVs are there, he could just go up and try and spot them for the I7s on the south, and they could get slightly crossfired as well, so they do need to be slightly careful, but...
They're sending Aka.
Yeah.
He's going below. I don't think... okay, IOS does spot this out at the... Does he spot this out? I mean, he doesn't see it. IOS is spotted now. There should be shots coming in. Aka is the one to take more, though. IOS actually very lucky to receive so little damage for this, as there was a lot of tanks in the south waiting for this. The STRV even getting spotted out as well. And that's bad that the EBR from Rix is this low already.
Yeah, against 2 EBRs now, it's going to be very hard to try and stay alive here, because they're just going to probably get found out at the end. But Invil trying to hold this A-line pressure. They're running away with the Dravik, obviously, not wanting to get caught, but yeah, I do think... Kono, why is the STRV going close? He somehow managed to catch IOS out, but I don't understand this play, but I mean, it worked out, and Invil looked like they don't want to re-pressure the A-line, so they want to try and push out the south.
Yeah, they're pressuring out the south, but that's limited forces so far. And Profuse is going to get overrun here in the north, and IOS dying kind of unnecessary as well, to be honest. in this regard. He could have run away. I think there was a timing for him to get out, so he's dead. So it's now 1 EBR against 1 EBR. Shredder on the cap. The south is being pushed now. We saw this coming from a mile away, right? And we also realized that this is not the part of the map where the game will be decided. To be honest, the part of the map where it will be decided is the fact that the cap is on. The Shredder will shield the EBR, which is, I think, something you mentioned at some point as well, is that as a possibility. And if they do end up doing that, Invil will have to drive back in to this cap setup that the boys from Rix are rolling. I don't know about this push though from Rix.
Yeah, this seems a bit too aggro. They're gonna get, I mean, this luckily the SDRV did run away. He manages to live and he goes to D4, so he will just shoot these Dravix going under and the EBR, but I mean, they do need to be a little careful. Invil will win the south, so cap is possibly an option for them. So if they can just delay or kill the EBR, it's possible.
I mean, you can see now Rix jumping across the rails because they realized that this south push really was not it, to be honest. I think that was a mistake from them to push zero line the way they did. Akka spotted. Laveliard is coming to shield as well, and Akka has all of the cap points. I think Rix is currently still in a good position at this moment in time, and the Shredder is so big, it's providing a good shield. Can Ketsai make this in the time required? I mean, the question is not if Rix is capping, how long is Akka needing to solo cap if the other guy dies behind him, for example? You know, or gets reset. Like, how long will it take Akka? Does Ketsai make it in that time? I don't think Ketsai makes it. I don't even think Lavelier is going to be spotted because all the trees are knocked over. He does get the reset. 8 seconds left now. Ketsai needs to somehow make a hero play. Lavelier will shield Akka from the other angle. Can they keep this EVR alive? No! Ketsai hits the shot against the EVR just in time. Laveliard, I think he needed to go forward to shield against Ketsai. He didn't do that. And now the result is Invil will win this battle.
Yeah, Laveliard, just, I feel like he should be where he is basically now, maybe even a bit further and turning right and just fully blocking the angle. Seemed to be a little worried about taking a shot and just not saving it out. And yeah, I mean, Invil get the small shot off against the EBR, and yeah, I mean, they were up HP the entire game after this repush on the south happened. So yeah, I mean, Rix were on a timer and they just don't get it.
I don't know if the zero line push was that good for Rix.
Zero line.
Like, they pushed down.
Yeah, I don't think it was necessary at all.
I feel it's something you do if you see more things going 9 line, you know?
Yeah.
Now it was double Dravets under. I feel like this is a move you do if they see more things. They kind of sacrifice themselves for that. But I think they could have capped it out. I think Laveliard indeed could have focused on shielding more so than trying to cap himself. The moment he gets reset, he should do everything in his power to keep Akka from being reset. But I also don't know if Akka should be spotted there by Ketsai because of the grass on the cap, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I guess he just found a small angle through the wreck of the sports valve. He somehow spotted him through that, I guess.
Yeah, of course, but like normally if he's just sitting in the grass, he doesn't get spotted, no?
Yeah, I mean, he should really. I mean, good damage from STRVs as well here, but yeah, I do agree with the zero line pressure. Just I feel like it wasn't needed. Why not just put more people into the gap even? Just completely surround Akka and no one's resetting him. You have some people on, B0, A0. You can't really push into them to get a spot off, and yeah, the only way to get the spot off is going like under onto the D line, but you have STRV covering this, so yeah, I don't think this zero line pressure was needed at all.
No, and for Invil, this is a big game to win, you know?
Yeah, I mean, definitely get you back into the mentality that you can definitely easily, well, not easily, but you can win this, and I mean, I think Rix were quite lucky as well, like the STLV going in, getting spotted out, nearly dying as well, and then IOS somehow going down as well. If IOS doesn't die there, this looks a lot easier for Invil to win this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think IOS needed to set the building after the first spot. Interesting. I think I think Rix really had an opportunity to win it there in the end and kind of gave it away at the very end even. Yeah,
I mean, if Akka gets shielded perfectly, there's no way to reset him, I think, and they should just win after that. But slight misplay. Travik Laviliard doesn't spot or doesn't shield perfectly, and Invil will take that quite happily.
I mean, for sure. I mean, this was looking like a match point for Rix, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be like FaZe, like this game kind of just
Turns it around.
stops them, yeah, and turns it around now. But I mean, if you're Invo, you're feeling quite happy winning that round with, I think it was like 7 seconds left on the cap. So yeah, it's a nice round for Invo, and they're attacking now from a better side, you would say. And it's now kind of, if they win this game, Himmel and Rich Eye will be forgotten about.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this gives them a real opportunity to do that as well, you know, to turn this match around, to use this round as a moment to bring it towards their favor.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing lineups just now. It looks like WBR for Rix with 1 STRV, 2 279s, 2 263, no, 4 260, sorry, 2 i7s, and the rest Dravets.
Similar lineup in return, but a bit more i7s, 260s, Dravets. WBR from both teams though, where before Rix only had one, right?
Yeah, only having one almost worked out, but if you had 2 on the cap, you would make it a lot harder for Invil to reset. So, but I mean, it looks like Invil, I think they've done this so many times. I feel the last 2 rivals, they've just gone full south with the entire team.
So, Rix sending what seems to be most of the tanks north, Invil sending most of the tanks south, which is a thing we saw from them very often on Live Oaks, just taking that straight 9-0 line fight.
I'm worried about IOS. Spotted out. If these traffics continue, which they're not. Takes one though. He's going to take some more, probably getting out as well, you'd think, if they're not bad at shooting. Oof. That's not great for Invil. That's not a good start.
It's not a good start at all, but at the same time, I don't think Rix can sit the way that they're currently doing either, you know? Well, if you lose under control, it's a really hard game, even against only one ABI.
I mean, like, yeah, I guess you lose the D line or the D9 position, but I don't know if Invil are going to go for this. And even still, I feel like there's nothing on the 1-2 at all. So you can just go to, you know, D2 and you can just shoot it, or D3, I guess, and just shoot it continuously. So I feel like for Invil, this is going to be kind of painful if they just want to push. I mean, maybe they're going to make the cap shield this time.
It will be hard to do that, to be honest. But I still don't like Rix's positions that much, really.
No, I'm not a complete fan. But I mean, I think this EPR on the 1-2 is about to find out that there is literally nothing in their base. Invil also getting spotted on the cross as well. So I think Rix are finally figuring out what Invil are doing. And I mean, they're going to have to rotate back because their cap is just wide open.
Yeah, the EBR K1 smelling out that Invil's completely on this 9-0 line. And Rix reacting by putting even more tanks on the A line themselves. Piotr now pushing forward, immediately taking damage, cannot do that. Kopian has a solid position in his Dravet. And okay, now Rix's position is not that bad. You know, once they've cleared fully and they see that there's nothing at all, and if they react before, ooh, the Ignite coming out on towards Ketsai, that's not very good. And that Dravet, he crosses over, takes a lot of damage. If they see the rotation in the south and they can repush the north, it's not that bad.
No, I mean, I'm still worried. I mean, I was kind of thinking they might put like one guy, you know, on F3 to spot this rotation back, but I guess they know Kono's in the middle because the tree's fallen, I think. But I mean, they should know he's probably going to be in the mid in a second. And I mean, you know, Rix are defending like this, and I just don't know if you know, as we were saying, do you want to put something on Invil's throat to stop them winning? Because I mean, if they just pushed the 1-2 from the beginning with like 3 tanks, this game could have been already over.
They gotta be careful not to slowly like lose control now over the battle, like lose the 3 line, get shot by the 260 and the SRV from angles. They gotta be ready to react, and their only reaction is to push A line.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I would have put like one tank all the way down, like like a 279 or an i7 up into like the outside of the factory area of like H3 or H3, H4, just to have that angle. But I'd also really like an EBR even just on to F4 to spot this, rotation of the water/bridge on K4, K5. But I mean, Rick's probably looking to repush the A line, as you were saying.
I mean, like I said, I think it's their only reaction when they see pressure south. I mean, depending on how many tanks it is, but usually you'll see a strong commitment from Invil,
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this Aphrodite place for his EBR just seems kind of pointless. He doesn't have the view range to spot the rotation on the first rail. So I mean, it looks like Invil kind of know that this A-line rotation is coming out. They're rotating basically their entire team again to reinforce this. So I don't know how well it's going to go for Rix if they want to repush this.
If it's only very little amount of tanks in the south, then they can of course rotate. I just expect a harsher commitment from Invil,
Yeah, I mean, I think Invil feel like twiddling their thumbs a little bit. Or are they wanting to push A-line themselves? This might not go so well.
So now the tanks are spotted. That's 3 tanks crossing over, right, from Invil. Franek, Nepal, and Rexar. And this is enough, apparently, for Rix to decide this is our moment. Because at the same time, both teams are going to go for the head-on engagement here, the brawl on the A-line. And honestly, Invil takes that little building where Profuse is. It's a very strong position to have, to be honest. Get a good peek out of it. Now they're starting to roll backwards, and they're actually going to be on the receiving end here. Kano is dead in the STRV, got spotted out. Aphrodite not doing too much better. And now Rix, are they actually going to be broken here on this A-line push? Invil pulling back, setting up the crossfire. Monster with the STRV from the back lines is ready as well and waiting for this. Still up in HP is Rix nonetheless. They control the name of the game right now. Little finds Kono in the EBR. Crossfire not there from Rix whatsoever. No C6 position. 4 tanks from Invil out of the game on the 2-3 line, pushing up as well. The double EBR still alive though from Rix could be a tremendous thing to have. They can infiltrate behind enemy lines, maybe even go for the STRV.
Yeah, I mean, these EBRs will probably start shooting Rexar. I think they're also shooting Ketsai as well. So, I mean, these double EBRs will probably just start farming onto these people in the 1-4 line, really. And, I mean, they're going to stop on the A line here, but this STRV of Monster will just slowly, I feel like, hit their turrets over and over again. And a little going down there. And, I mean, still 4K up for Rix, but do you really want to be sitting in these positions?
I guess they have to. And they're getting peeked though by these Dravets. Of course, the Dravets has this weak spot. It's called the side skirt, so you can pen through it. But in return, they're making a lot of pens. And this 4,000 HP lead, it's now 2,000 HP at this point. But there is a positive side to people dying. And that is that they're making some shields, right? I think, for example, Twilight should not be hiding, should be making the shield. It's like, does it make sense in a way? I feel like it does.
Yeah, I mean, if you make the shield and just let your tanks live for, a minute extra, I mean, there's 3 minutes left now for Invil to cap or kill everything, and I mean, time's a little ticking, but they're going to take another minute here just to get some more damage onto A8s, and I mean, Akka spotted out here, trying to get out along the way and behind Monster to spot him out, and her health is even now.
Yeah, Akka will get these spotted. Getting chased down by Yusek. HP is indeed even. And Rick slowly but surely is falling below the HP of Invil. Akka could peek, finds Ketsa. Yusek misses. Barkis though finding a kill on Diavol. It looks like Invil's now pressuring that A-line with the extra guns that they started accumulating on this part of the map. The 3 Rick's remaining tanks, they're trying to hold on for dear life. Akka still in between no man's land. Twilight goes down. That's Konrad peeking from behind. Squeezy and Kopiat not having a great time either. And you can see Invil just so many guns still alive. But Akka and Aphrodite just a menace at this point, getting behind enemy lines. They're gonna clean up this 1-2 line. But Rexar probably falling against the EBR if Beast gets a little bit of a ram. No, actually, it's gonna be not happening. He will still die. And after the end of it, it will be probably a playable situation for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, Invil with both EBRs alive at the moment and one spotted, but it should be okay. And I mean, the only way Invil really win this is by capping, and they need to control C6 because C6 will just spot out all of the cap, and they are going for this. Evil manages to live though, and think
He
that's
hit the cupola, I think, of
probably the
Conrad.
end.
The 260 needs to be careful, of course, as well, which is Laveliard on 795. He needs to find the resets here. Aka is now in trouble in his EBR. Yusek coming, finds the kill. Good job there. The wall, 10 seconds left. Is there going to be a reset? Aphrodite comes in with the EBR, needs to spot it out, does get the spot. Evil is now going to peek. Aphrodite dodges not one, but two bullets. 3 seconds left. Evil finds the kill. 50 seconds left on the battle, though. It's a problem here for Rix. They also have to somehow live through this battle. There's another reset. That's not enough yet. They need one more. Evil cannot get it either. Laveliard needs to somehow do it. 37 seconds, but there is potential for the third tank to join the cap at this point, and Invil will not find one. They will find 2 nail-biter victories on Live Oaks, but Laveliard finds the kill on Orchak. He needs to run now. Laveliard needs to run away, but Monster's on hot pursuit. Although, there comes the 260 spotted out. Laveliard doesn't take damage driving into the city. Monster's on his tail. Of course, the SCRV needs time to siege up, shoot twice as well. That's a good shot from the back lines. Monster, he went into siege mode though. Tried to get it. Will he get it? Laveliard, does he get the... He gets de-spotted, knocks over the 3. He's fine. He's safe. He got it. He's out. He's out. Aye.
What a game. What a game.
I guess this trades off the battle that they lost, you know?
Yeah, I guess, but I mean, cutting it a bit too close, maybe?
A bit too close is, yeah, one way to put it.
I just feel like this Rix, like, I feel like they could have just done so much more on the south and just pressured their base a lot heavier.
I mean, losing the SCRV, like, really ruined them, to be honest.
Hurt a lot them.
Because it controls both lanes, you know, like controls left, it controls right. He shoots zero line, he shoots under. They didn't have that anymore. Like, they completely lost that.
They had no crossfire at all.
Yeah,
everything was close. Yeah.
Makes everything so much more annoying. If he's alive, he also just goes on the A line, for example, and covers the tanks that are pushing up or whatever, you know. Like, I really think that he died. There was an EBR swinging under, like the last remaining EBR from Invo. I feel like him dying is just like so bad.
Yeah, losing both EBRs and having 2 EBRs alive in this just like made a hell of a difference, because these 2 EBRs shot everything going, was it like 4-3-4 line, and just bled them so heavily that Rix got slightly back into this game. And I mean, IOS again with 0, not again, but 0's it's not great from both EBRs from Invo.
No, it's not indeed. So, well, 4-2 for Rix. Could have been 2-0 either way, to be honest. The fact that it's 1-1 is actually a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, both games could have gone either way for both teams, and now we're on to Cliff. As I think we were saying, if it's 1-1 for Cliff, it could go either way. It could be 2-0 for Invo, or it could be just 1-0 for Rix, and well, they're happy enough with just the 1-0 or the 1-1.
So, Cliff, what do you expect, Ian?
I think 1-1. I think Invo get this round, and then Rix win the next one. Yourself?
I think Rix wins it out 5-2. I don't know.
What did you predict? 5-3?
5-3.
At least you might get the team right.
Right? It's something, right?
Yeah, I mean, my predictions this time were, let's not talk about them, I think.
What did you predict again?
5-4 to Rix. I was thinking tiebreaker, but...
How did that work out?
Hey, it could still happen. You never know what happens on Cliff.
Alright, if you say so.
I mean, I feel a bit better about my prediction than Best and Phil, though. So, that's something.
Phil will just say that, he had so much work because Kihan wasn't there that, he had no time to predict properly.
Yeah, just too busy with all the things that he apparently does.
Yeah, it's just a busy man,
Yeah, well, Kihan's hopefully back the next week or something, so I'm sure he'll be happy that he's back.
Reunited at last. Will this be what Rix needs to close it out, or will Invil continue on? Let's find out. Triple BZ, a double CS, and E5, and the rest shred walls for Rix. Invil, double 50B, triple CS, and the rest shred walls. So shred wall all around.
Yeah, clearly the flavor of the month for this qualifier, and I think Rix did this exact strat before, but they're changing their opening. Oh, actually, maybe not. No, they did this exact opener before with the double CS going G2 and everything else topside with one Schwarzfeld in the lower bit. This is where Face went full bowl and they lost because of it, basically. So we'll have to see what Invil are doing. And they're going full lower, basically exactly like Rix, but they're going around the hill with double CS.
Invil in return, just taking over 1-2 line altogether. They're going to be able to do that pretty easily. Copiat is going to spot most of them out and get that information. So how does Rix approach this now? What do they need to do?
They need to go with at least one tank to go help the the Hurricane over around the hill, and after that I think they can kind of just control the game afterwards. And then don't have hill, but it's only a CS on the hill, and I think if you just go around the hill and catch these two CSs, I think it's almost nearly over for Invil.
I feel like right now Rix is just kind of sitting in the middle of the map though, not really doing anything.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. I mean, they're getting shot from behind by this Hurricane, and the E5 looks like he wants to come over, but I mean the CS on the hill is like great, but there's not enough damage to just kind of stop you going and killing him. And looks like they want to get a bit closer to the ball with Twilight, but I'm not so sure about this.
I mean, Aphrodite peeks out, gets some information. There is 5 short walls on that corner, and Isles here just has free reign. Lavalier is basically dying, and Rix, their indecisiveness right now is opening opportunities here for Invil, because nothing is happening from Rix's side. They're just accepting it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they've just frozen up and they're just sitting in the middle, and I mean, you're losing all angles. You've lost hill. I mean, you're gonna lose behind you as well, and they need to make a decision. It's gonna be probably having to repush bowl, but you don't really want to repush into that many guns of Invil, and I mean, Ketsai running out of ammo here. He might get one more shot from Copiad, but it's not looking good. 7k down.
Copiad goes down to Nepal as well, and it seems like a BZ tried to climb the hill, but that was Iset, and he's on 65 HP, so not really a factor anymore. And Invil is now coming in from two sides, and this round here for Rix, a disaster. Really, just drove to the middle of the map and did nothing.
Yeah, they just sat there. I feel like if they just instantly go around to the 9-0 with at least one tank just to kill this Hurricane of IOS, yeah, at least you can sit in the middle a bit better than what you can, but yeah, I mean, it's not so great from Rix there.
No, really just a non-round for them altogether. And as a result of this, Invil will bring it back to 4-3. This was a weird round, really.
Yeah, it really was. It feels like Rix just didn't have any idea what to do, but if you're Invil, I'm starting to feel a bit of hope. Winning in this fashion always brings the confidence up, and you're going to be ready for the next round now. And you're defending, which, I mean, it's not that big of a deal on Cliff, but could be.
Well, that's an easy round for Invil, I guess. Like a well-played round. They push 1-2, and they find great success, and they just take it. I don't know. It's really weird to see Rix just do nothing.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by Aphrodite in the CS that like went towards the mid, but then he went around the hill. I feel like if he just at least goes ram to at least spot what's coming on the top side, and then he can just go to the hill if he wants as well, because the Swordsfelds are not in time to punish the CS going up the hill. You could just at least fight against Monster, and then you have a bit of hill control. But I mean, these 3 PZs just did nothing as well for Rix as well, which is not great.
Yeah, no, it was just all around not great. Invil takes the positions, makes the positions work, and make me think that maybe they'll get a little bit more than that even.
Yeah, I mean, next round is not looking great for Rix. Obviously, they only need one round, but you would have rather have taken it this round than the next one, because you're going to match point against Invil. Is it Fisherman's as well, which they played so often, and they played it well as well. So, yeah, you'd kind of wanted to get it over and done with if you're Rix.
Yes, that's what I would assume as well.
Yeah. Giving breathing room to Invil.
Usually not the best decision to make, you know?
No, from what I've heard.
Really?
Yeah. I listen to sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a very odd round, to be honest, altogether for the side of Rix.
Rix, yeah. I do wonder if Invil, I mean, well, in their first game against Rix, they brought BZs on Cliff, from what I remember. And it was that game where both teams went like aggro mid, but both teams like just sucked on north side and just got surrounded and killed. And now it seems like Invil kind of copying Rix in that regard and bringing sword spells. Be interesting to see if they bring more from the south side as well, but looks like seems to be the flavor of the month.
Yeah, I don't know. Just a weird round, really. Just hung up on how weird it was. Second round of Cliff, let's see. I think it will be a bit different this time around. So Rix will do something one way or another. Will it be what they need to win it out? We'll find out. Prediction-wise, though, wow, yeah. It would be a great opportunity here.
Would it now?
I think so, yeah.
I'm kind of wondering about, you know, the BZ-72?
Uh-huh.
I'm wondering on the timing versus sword spells of like going mid and then going up the hill. If you have a timing, just go up straight.
Don't think so.
I think there's a timing possibly there, but anyway, we'll see. I mean, Rick's bringing 3 BZs, 2 E5s, 3 CSs, and the rest sword spells.
Invil 4 CSs, a 50B, and 10 shred walls. So, minor differences.
Will the team that bring more of them win?
More of what? More CSs?
Looks like we're going to get a full brawl in the middle of the map, by the looks of it.
Who would we favor?
Depends on what they're going to do with
North
the
is better,
CSs.
right? For a pure fight, we would say, normally.
Yeah. I mean, I think Rix will probably go a bit more defensive, though, because they have these double E5 and they have the CSs going around the hill.
It's also important who wins 9-0 line here.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, they might just bring a BZ.
It's 2 CSs versus 2 CSs. Who can actually end up winning the initial fight there? Lavaliard and Kopiat versus 2 tanks. They're bringing a Shretal and a BZ, and they're going to try and hold the middle in the meantime. Aphrodite getting slam dunked, though. Jesus. That was...
They have ramming perk? That was a lot of ramming.
That was tough.
1 CS.
I mean, Little's coming back in, so this fight's about to change. Beast, in the meantime, is dead, though, in the Shred, and I think Invil realized that they have an overmatch on the middle. Beast, look where he died. It's right next to Diavol. Not really good. In the meantime, around the hill, Little and Kopiat are cleaning up, and now it's onto them to hold this ramp area to the best of their abilities. The E5s are firemen, of course, and Monster will fall very, very soon. Kopiat or Little want to clean it up. Twilight is now dead, and you can see all of the Rix tanks being pulled back into inferior positions. Little finds the kill against Monster, and now the E5s are gonna have to do it, to be honest. They're the tanks on the back lines. You can see all of the tanks from Rix pulling back, and Squeezy puts down Yuzek in the grave. Now Invil pushing, trying to get it here, trying to bring back the tiebreaker, but can they actually do it? Can they break this pocket of resistance, or is the crossfire too strong? Can these E5s actually make the game in their way? They have the DPM, but can they put it out? There's still so much to go through from either team, and Invil is trying to break this pocket of Rix, but I don't know if they can do it. They find Liberty. There's 4 more to go through before they're all dead in this area, and then there's 1 more high HP of Diavol and Evil on the second layer, and they're trying to trade it. They're losing the HP, they're keeping the guns, but now the tanks that have pushed forward, they are dead. And the second problem is that CS on the 3-4 line. That's Kono committed on towards that rock to push away, which I think was Laveliard in his position, and now Rix has taken back control. They're still down a gun, but they're about to make that even as Kono is hiding behind one of his teammates. He's about to fall as well, and Rix, they held on to this pocket, they find the kills, and now I think it's Invil in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, now he can bring the E5 if you want to bowl and retake the ball if he really wanted to. And I mean, Invil do take the hill here, so it's not all over yet, and they probably will try and reinforce the bowl, because I think that's the only opening for Rix. They can't really repressure mid, they can't go around the hill, so And they are. Conrad is going around, and Franek is taking a nice position as well. So up health for Rix, but I mean they're gonna have to make the first play.
They do have, of course, this double E5 still.
Yeah, kind of the playmakers with little.
But look at Infil going around the hill already. This could be nasty. I mean, I think they need to keep being proactive. I don't know how much HP the guy has on the 8-9 line, but I do believe he should actually try to take even.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets into the hold down on, was it D8s or C8s?
Yeah.
It's going to be quite nice for
I
them.
mean, just speak around the hill because they have the top of the hill, you know?
Yeah, it looks like the Hurricane on A4 is trying to do the climb up to A4. It is failing, but yeah.
I don't know how difficult that is, so...
I know it's quite hard. I've done it once in a CS, but only like I've done it more in an EBR because it's a lot easier.
Yeah, EBR is not hard.
Yeah.
And the CS quite a different story, and now you can see Piotr, that's what I'm talking about, starting to go around the hill. The HP lead, it's not significant for Rix, you know?
No, and I mean all their health being stuck on E5s, they can't really join the game. I think maybe, I guess their game plan is to try and get, you know, the Hurricane into A5 and then bring Sweezy to the bowl to push it out, but it's taking so much time that, yeah, Pilter's around now, and, you know, that tank is fully hold down. You won't really be penning it.
Yeah, but we don't really know how good the shot is for him either. But the tanks that he's shooting at, you know?
I mean, Little's retaken the ramp, and he has a nice shield from one of the Swordsfells on the ramp, so... I mean, they do need to be a little careful. Obviously, I don't know if they know about the 50B being there, but I mean, Little could go up the hill if he really wanted to, but I don't know if it's the best idea at the moment.
I think Lavalier could honestly... I don't really like the setup from Invul on 1-2. I don't really like it. I mean, they're missing a tank on the one line, I feel like. And Franek being committed here behind this rock means that he can't really help Conrad when it comes down to it, you know? When they repush back around, Conrad will get the first shot, or should get the first shot. But after that, right, after he gets this first shot, the 50B is not able to really help him whatsoever. Good peek there from Rexar.
Yeah.
Good shot there as well from the back lines, from Brainbreaker.
Yeah, if the 50B gets spotted, he's probably forced to just pressure in. He's known about now because he shot Little, and should be known about now, and everyone should be pre-aiming Franek, and these 2E5s will just trade, they'll kill the full spell, and now your mid's going to be a little harder to hold.
Little
down though.
Little takes a lot of damage. Kano now peeking with Squeezy. They want to pick up Conrad. They should not allow Conrad to get another shot out. Little actually goes down. Brainbreaker from the back lines picks him up. Conrad gets another shot out. That's important. Some shots being traded back and forth, but actually Invil now with the HP lead. Orchek, Barkis, Profuse, they're starting to aggress, trying to get the peaks out here, and they might actually find success. Nobody really in a position to make too many plays outside of the Invil tanks that are coming back in. Rexar finds a kill, and now Evil takes one from behind. Aka holding in the position. They're starting to fall to pieces here. Franek starting to clip out against Squeezy. Will get the full clip out as well. On towards that position. Piotr picks up Evil, and it is not looking that good anymore from Rix. They still have some HP left, but nonetheless, I think Little smooth there, not being able to take the hill at all. Piotr coming from behind. It's going to be a tiebreaker.
Yeah, and we're going to Fisherman's, and we'll have to see what the teams want to play. I mean, you'd expect South is attack, and it's the better side, but I mean, you can, if you want, so you can pick defense, and it could be anyone's game.
True, but
who has the faster attack?
Yeah, that's going to say, who has the faster attack? That is a good question. Kano, is he trying to load HG? It would be real cheeky if he tried it. I don't even know if he has the pen.
Trying to think. I mean, what the Red Shires were pretty slow. I think on both times. Himmel, I guess Himmel.
But then it would be which Himmels? I'm gonna go cheat, okay? Invil would currently have it with the cliff from the last one, 328. Oh, fastest attack. Yeah, never mind.
So Invil still have the choice.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, 328. Yeah, I was right.
Yeah,
that cliff battle.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of what Invil want to play. they want to play attack or they want to play defense.
I think
My guess would be attack, but Glanzig.
What would you pick?
I didn't. I would pick attack. I much prefer south.
I feel like Rix really had control over this battle for a while, though. Like after the initial onslaught of things, but then they took a really long time to repush this 1-2 line. To be honest.
Yeah, I think they were waiting for the CS to get to A5, but that took.
I think once they pressure the ramp a little bit, the CS can just drive up the normal way. He has too much camo.
Yeah,
I don't think they need to be worried. It's like you're trying to boost because it's super safe, but like at the same time, I think you could just ignore the boost altogether and just drive up, you know.
Yeah.
But I think they need to be quicker about their moves though, because if we could see that Invil's going to go around the hill and abuse the top of the hill, then they should too. So they should be a little bit more proactive, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they didn't know. I mean, it should have been known, but they should know that there should have been a possibility of something being on the hill. So yeah, you can go around at that point. So they should have probably known that something was going to come around the hill, and yeah, then you're on a bit of a timer because you can't leave mid, so you can't do anything in the mid. And yeah, I mean, they're only players repushing ball, but it took them like what 4 minutes to get the double
it took
E5
a
into the
long
ball.
time to do that. I mean, the E5s did great in this battle, damage-wise, but
Yeah, I feel like them losing Beast as well, a bit early as well. I think maybe he was still in boost mode and just couldn't fall back, but he shouldn't really be dying there. Should be be thinking that Invul is going to play aggro on top of you because you have like 4 out of the game because you have 2 around. You have the double E5 as well, so slightly bad that 2 of the tanks from Rix, 3 I guess do 1 shot and 1 does 0. So yeah, it's not great from Rix, but it was still winnable at that point when if they repush ball a bit quicker, I think it's pretty winnable.
So, who do you think wins? Invil picked defense, actually.
Interesting. I guess they have something up their sleeve. I wonder if they wanted to go aggro again, aggro mid, or not. Or they wanted to maybe slow it down.
I don't know. So, who wins?
I'm going to say Rix, so it's my prediction's correct.
Who do you think actually is going to win?
I think Rix is going to win.
All right. Okay, I see how it is.
And you?
You're making this very difficult. I think Rix is going to win.
Glad we're in agreement for once.
Yeah. We are in agreement.
Can't let Phil win the vote. So.
What's wrong with Phil?
Nothing.
He keeps asking you, so you should be nice to him.
I really should be. Should be nice to him and not nice to Geehand. Is that how it works?
Yes, exactly. Got to be nice to the boss,
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, so they picked defense, right, Ian? And there's good things, and it's like on Sand River. Although I feel like on Sand River, the choice is more obvious, no?
Yeah.
So the good thing is time play is in your favor. The bad thing is the entire map is designed in a way that it doesn't play in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, playing aggro is very hard. The positions are just worse, really, from north, but it looks like we're going to see what they're going to bring. Oh, okay, we're waiting for them to confirm, but yeah, I mean, I just feel like North just can't really push anything. These houses in mid just make it like impossible to kind of crossfire the mid from the city, and 1-2 is also a bit worse for you, so it is quite interesting that they want to pick defense for Invil, but must have an idea of what they want to do.
I don't know. I don't know. I think Rick still win it, but I cannot imagine the battle just yet,
Yeah, we need to see lineups first, but I have a feeling Invil are going to go aggro mid, but I mean, I feel like Invil are kind of out of strats at this point. Surely they've played this map 3 times now, maybe even 4. So, I mean, unless they're coming up with a new strat, it's going to be pretty similar to what they've done before. So, if Rix have done their homework, which they should be because they're watching the whole time.
You'd hope they're watching the whole time.
Yeah, you'd think. So, if the Invil bring the same lineup, you might think, okay, they're going to probably do this. We should open them up to maybe soft counter them a little bit, but it looks like we're going to see. And Rix bringing 1 EBR, 1 E4, double Hori, double E5, 3 G79s, and the rest I7s, no Dravets.
Invil in return, quad Dravets, 4 I7s, 4 279s, double E5, and a CS, so no spotters for them.
Yeah, I mean,
the CS will spot, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, IO's probably going 1-2 like he has in the past, and I think Ak is probably going to go deep 1-2 as well. But we'll have to see if they kind of fight each other. And yeah, IOS is going with spotting equipment as well, by the looks of it, because he has 2,000 health. And yeah, Aka looks like he's going more towards the mid. But I mean, Invil, have we seen this before? They brought like 3 tanks mid, and
yeah, they kind of play like this against FaZe, no?
Yeah, I think it was FaZe, yeah, so...
Made it in with the I7s on 1-2 line, but it's going to be a big brawl on 1-2, to be honest. And there's 3 tanks middle for Invil and 1 for Rix. If the repush comes out immediately...
Yeah, looks like it is. And Copiat stopping now, realizing that they're reinforcing with I7s. Thought he's going to catch Lavariat. Is just going for it, though. He's going to just be caught out, though, no?
Lavaliard is going to get repushed immediately. The rest of the team is now starting to come back in, but talking about numbers, Lavaliard is going to be the first number down in this one. Piotr trying to open up. Lavaliard's being kept alive by Beast reinforcing, and now it's kind of a trickle-down effect here from Rix. It's not very joint effort for this push. They're going to have to make it work anyways, but Lavaliard, he was the one to lead the charge, and now Invil running over the middle. It's 4 279s there. Now Rix has to drive through this 1-2 line. Just a sheer trade is not really the way forward for them, and I think Mindbreaker realizes that together with Twilight, the 279s now leading the charge on towards this group of Invil tanks. Liberty has been liberated from the battle. He is out. Itox is going to be soon to follow him in the graveyard, and now Rix has to clean this up before the 279s arrive back from the middle area, which they're confidently winning, of course. And Rix does seem to be picking up the guns here on that first pocket, but there's a second pocket from Invil behind the rock. The HP not going that well for Invil, though. They're starting to lose out in that one, but they're making the kills happen. And of course, don't forget, there's double Hori and an E4 that are currently not in this fight. To be honest, they're making some shots, but they're not contributing their HP, and that is very valuable HP, as the kills are still getting traded. Diafol yet still alive, and I think now the Horis and the E4s are about to start rolling into 1-2 line as well, as the E5 just popping off. I think that Rix needs their TDs, but they're still cleaning it up nonetheless. The 1-2 repush, Lavaliard maybe a little bit premature, but premature is what's going to bring them the game. They couldn't do it on Cliff, but on the tiebreaker of Fisherman's Bay, Rix will take it away. It's going to be them picking it over. Invil in a 5-4 scoreline.
Yeah, very nice from Rix. I was a little worried about these 3 TDs being out of the game, but I mean, Rix had 4 in, Invil had 4 in the mid, and you know, Rix only had 1, so the guns equal out there. But yeah, I mean, nice round from Rix. I was a little worried about the crossfire at the end, but slowly, eventually, Rix just got the upper hand in the 1-2, and yeah, they just took it away. I mean, these TDs obviously did that big punish as they came in, so probably made all the difference.
Good shot there from Brainbreaker with HG. Yeah, I think Lavalier going so early was really like it really disjointed the push in a way. You know, like they like he committed, and I think it was like Beast and a few others like kind of followed up rather quickly, because you know they didn't want to lose one gun for free, and then the rest came in. It wasn't really like a joint effort.
Yeah, I mean, it was I7s first of like the Copiad and the other one, and then it was like 3 more I7s coming in, but then 279s were late, so they had to like wait for them a little bit. So yeah, it was like 1 by 1, a little pushing in, but I mean, in the end, it worked out just about, and yeah, Rix for the winner. And is that their second gold fist? I can't remember.
Yeah, it would. Not for everybody.
Yeah,
the motivator. I think they'll have a variety of people with 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever fists, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Nice round from Rix, though.
nonetheless, I mean, maybe Rick should have won it out on Cliff. Or, could have won it out on Cliff, but on the tiebreaker, they end up making it work. So, very good.
Most importantly, my prediction is right, so that's all I'm saying. Got the most important one right, so can't be too mad.
Yeah. I mean, the last few rounds on this one were crazy. Nonetheless, damage-wise, I mean, Hori. The good thing is the tanks, I guess, that Rick's picked here for this 1-2 repush. The good thing about the way that they repushed, which was a bad way, is that the E5s were never the first tank.
No, they were at the back.
I think that's ideal for the E5 in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, I mean, both of them doing basically 4K. Yeah, can't really complain. I mean, yeah, Invil didn't really have any much DPM tanks. They have the Dravets, which is
They had 2 E5s.
Yeah, they did actually. Yeah,
They had 2 E5s as well.
Yeah,
but
decent damage, but yeah.
I mean, Aphrodite does a lot, kind of not so much. I think that's a big difference there as well, though, to point out. Like they have the same position. They have basically the same shots.
I guess Aphrodite went more to the left to get some more shots on the 1-2, and maybe the other Hori was looking towards the mid, trying to cover 279 maybe, but yeah, I mean, nice damage from Aphrodite. Can't really complain from 5k.
No. Can't complain at all, to be honest. Again, back on the schedule. So what we have left is the wildcard tournament on the 30th, and then Ian, we go into OLS. Who do you think is going to win this OLS season?
I really like Cashback's run in the tournament for the WCI. No, that was Weekend, sorry, but yeah, I mean, Weekend looked really strong in that tournament, but I'm gonna just go for Mafia or W.
That's really weird. That's really weird, because when people ask me, I also said Mafia, even though, they're not going to China. I don't know where this comes from, because some people were asking me, who do I think is going to win? I'm like, Mafia. Even though, like, recently they haven't really done anything too, like, amazing, Like,
no, I mean, the WCI tournament, they came like 5th or 6th?
Something like this. So, like, it's weird, because I don't know. You would actually have to favor, technically, you would have to favor one of the teams that are going to WCI, right? Because they're probably going to put in even more effort than everybody else.
Yeah, I mean,
you would assume
think so. I mean, you think W right there in WCI, I think, right?
Yes.
Weekend is W, yeah.
Yeah, Weekend and W, with the third team, whether it be in a European team or a North American team, being decided on next week, Sunday.
Yeah, next week, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much effort you put into it. If you want to try and hide some strats that you really want, I mean, I don't know if it makes that much of a difference in Onslaught, because you don't really get early info. But I mean, W are always in contention for it, so it could be easily them getting it.
I mean, it's possible. So nonetheless, that was it for this AMD Clan Showdown. Would like to thank everybody at the back as well for the production, for their hard work throughout the weekend to deliver you the tournament. Ian, Z-Best, Phil for commentating, and of course the viewers at home for watching the tournament. It is in our hopes and dreams that you guys enjoyed it, and we will see you guys very soon yet again for the OLS. But for today, it is plenty of things to be said. We'll see you guys soon. Thanks for watching. Hanging out.